Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po, he's very much Latino.
Is that correct?
Literally not true. I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. We are back. We're back for the afternoon. Looking for my glasses here. There we go. A little too loud. They don't help me see, but they help me so I don't get headaches. So we will wear them. All right. Welcome. Let's see. Martha Ivy. There you are. Looking for you. Congratulations, Martha. You are, in fact, our first in chat, and because of that, you are sentenced to internet ownership. Now, Martha, I may be mistaken. And you might be out at a Chinese restaurant right now, which is, not my fault. But this may be a first offense for you. If so, just know that ignorance is not an excuse, and if you're responsible for everything I accumulated worldwide. We're going to punish you. I'm sorry. We do it. Let's see. James says, I got a strange ad and I had to stop and watch it. James, thank you so much. I appreciate you watching the ads. If about 1,000 of you do that, I will get an extra 4 cents. I think that's about the how it works out. 1,000 of you watch the ad, I get 4 cents. It's not worth it, honestly. Skip the ads unless it's interesting. You guys know I try not to have any ads in the live stream at all, and YouTube seems to be thwarting that, and it's only going to get worse, unfortunately. Well, we don't have ads in our live streams. They do put a ton in on the replay. I can't do anything about that. And also, they're going to start doing ads that just don't invade the video, but do invade the chat. The side roll chat, simultaneous ads with the video. I don't know if I can keep those out or not. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. But anyway, welcome. Plus, YouTube isn't reporting views accurately. They always have problems with that. Hang on, a sneeze is coming on. 1 second. That was a twofer. Premium subscribers as well? No, they would not get ads. If you have YouTube Premium, there's no ads. I'm a sponsored chatter. Contact me for rates. Greeners will say what you're thinking for the right price. He's perfected that art. It's a good business. Say it isn't so about the ads in the chat. Cats Gallery, here's what happened. YouTube came to a lot of creators, myself included, and said, we've noticed you're not using all the ads you could be using. And if you would put ads in your videos, in my case, they said, we predict that it would give you a 20% increase in revenue if you would put ads in the videos. And just allow us to insert ads whenever we want. They want to insert ads about every 3 to 5 minutes. And for those of us that watch court for 8 hours a day, you can do the math. That's a lot of ads. That's way too many ads. I think an ad at the very beginning of a live stream, like when you first click on it for 30 seconds, and if you can skip it after the first 10, I think that's plenty. And maybe one at the tail end as well. That's great. That's about the right amount of ads. 20% is a lot of money, but it is not worth watching. It's not worth watching. It makes it miserable to watch court like that. And it's an algorithm or YouTube's robot trying to guess when there's a quiet point in court where it's actually a point where a witness has been backed into the corner and you're waiting for them to respond to a really pertinent question. They think, oh, there's a pause, insert ad here. You're like, no, I need to know what happened. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. So we said the ads are too intrusive. I recognize YouTube is trying to raise revenue for themselves and for me. The ads are too intrusive. And we've told them that over and over and over. Their solution, what if we put it on the side? So they're putting them on the side. So anyway, here we go. We are here. We're about ready to go back to court. Can you play the ads during our chat tailgating? Portal between court coverage. We could turn our sound off and get you revenue. No, it's a one-time selection. Like I can turn on automatic ads and it's on for the rest of the live stream. I can't say, and now stop, and now start, and now stop. I can, what I've said on my side is I said, YouTube, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to choose where we put the ads. Wait for my signal. And then I just don't give a signal. And so we just don't put any ads in. So it's waiting. It's like, and it keeps telling me now's a great time to insert an ad, and I don't do it. I don't do it because I would hate to have to watch court with ads like that. So anyway, there's an extra 2 in the title. It's a tutu, OnlyFans tutu. OnlyFans to Contra-ban trial. We did get the name corrected to Thornton, which is the right spelling. Thornton Thomas. We should be back here in just about a minute. Judge actually conducted a little bit of business during the break, during his lunch. He was out, expunged someone's record, just wiped it clean. And did say, just so you know that when this happens, we delete all our sides. So if you lose a copy of it, we'll never know. And you'll never be able to prove it. We can never prove it for you again. So anyway, you said seats weren't working, right? Let me fix that. That is something that I can fix. Let's see. Wait for it. There we go. Seats are working. Let's see. I think, I need to check somebody. Why are the names wrong? Oh, my goodness. We've got @ symbols all over the place.
Are we ready for the jury?
I am, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, you can come back up here.
I don't know why they messed with the names again.
Could you do me a favor? Step through that door and hold her there for just a second. Oh, never mind.
Wouldn't that be kidnapping? Judge, are you endorsing kidnapping or unlawful restraint? Okay, the cameras are turned on. We get to see the witness now for the first time. The judge had accidentally pinned us to the main view of the courtroom, which is great. But now, with the audio follows video or video follows audio setting, we're going to be jumping around and getting a little bit of visual whiplash, but it will give us a good representation of what's happening in court. So, let's take it or leave it. This is what we get. I'm just glad we get to see the evidence in this trial. This, what seemingly young corrections officer on the stand may be getting reprimanded by his bosses because he's given it all away. And he's basically been flipped by the defense into being a very good witness for them.
May be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Was everybody able to follow my instructions and admonitions over our break? All right, Mr. Engel, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So when I left off, I was asking about a couple policies. So what we've marked as Exhibit D is the, I'm sorry, we talked about D, these course policy. E is the use of
Ms.
force.
Kuroko, do we have the podium up? Right?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Fix the podium.
All right.
All right, so E is the use of force investigation policy. You're familiar with this policy too?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a policy that requires use of force reports to be completed?
Correct.
Okay. And it requires use of force reports to be complete and accurate,
Correct.
include every pertinent detail,
Yes.
including how the incident started.
Correct.
And this is the documents you said are reviewed later on down the road by somebody at the institution.
Correct.
And just so we're clear, when that review takes place, it's not like a hearing, right, like we're here today,
Correct.
right? The inmate doesn't have a lawyer to help him present evidence.
Correct.
He doesn't have access to discovery, so if there's something you don't find, it's not there, right?
Correct.
It's just, it's like an administrative management.
Sounds rigged.
Yeah, they conduct interviews and stuff like that. Everybody that was involved in it are supposed to be
Like a grand
interviewed.
jury. Yeah.
Okay. And then finally, I think you mentioned for lunch what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8, which is a contraband policy. You're familiar with that policy too, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the policy that covers what happens, what's in cells that's not supposed to be there,
Correct.
and then what happens when stuff is taken out of the cell.
Correct.
Okay, and so, for example, if a pillow was altered, it would be minor contraband then, right?
Correct.
Okay, so an allowable item that's in altered form. And you didn't actually inspect the pillows in this case, right?
No, I did not.
So you don't know if they were actually altered or not.
Correct.
You can't testify one way or the other then.
Correct.
But what you do know is that the policy requires documentation when things are confiscated, right?
Correct.
And it says at the very bottom of the page there, you can read it, any staff member who confiscates contraband from an inmate shall enter the fact of such confiscation on a log designed for such purpose.
Correct.
Okay, and you do know that was not done in this case, right?
I'm unaware if it was done or not.
You're supposed to gather all the documents relative to the case, right?
Correct.
You didn't see that anyone who confiscated property from Mr. Thomas actually completed the log as required in the policy.
Correct.
Now, one of the things you did do was obtain, and may I stay at the desk here for a moment?
That's fine.
For videos?
Just as long as you're in front of a microphone that picks you up.
Okay. You did gather all the videotapes in this case, right?
Correct.
Including all the body cam videos.
Yes.
Okay, and these are videotapes kept in the regular course of business by the institution?
Correct.
Okay, and it's your job then to obtain these videos when there is a use of force incident?
It is my job to obtain them if it's a potential criminal matter.
Okay, and this was?
Correct.
Obviously, we're here, right?
Yes.
So, and so you gather them from the institution, has like a database of them, or how are they kept?
They get loaded onto a system or a website, and then I can access that site and request permission to share them with trooper clients.
Okay, and just, I apologize if I've asked this in a different form, but it's the regular course of business of the institution to do this?
Yes.
Okay. This is done for all the body cams and all the corrections officers?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing special about the fact that officers have body cameras this day?
Correct.
Now, you got the body cameras from the 3 people involved in the cell search, right?
Correct.
Okay, that was Officer Sycamore, Officer Romine, and Officer Blythe.
Correct.
Okay. Then you got a bunch of other body cam videos. What are those?
Those would have been the staff members that would have responded to the incident, as well. Pretty much everybody who responded to the incident, their body cam footage also gets saved just in case.
So you say respond to the incident. So people carry like a little alert button on their uniform?
No. They have a device that they can activate a man down, or they can call a signal 3 man down over the radio.
Okay. It's sometimes, is that different than the spider that people carry?
Yeah, they call it. I was going to use the word time spurter, but yes, it's spider.
Okay, spider's the term. So
Yeah.
it's like a little device. You press a button and it sends out an alert, and then they're trained to come running, right?
Correct.
Because someone could be in trouble.
Correct.
So you've looked at these videos too?
Yes,
Okay, so you see people running to the scene, right?
correct.
And then you see the effort to apprehend and take Mr. Thomas into custody.
Correct.
Okay. Am I using the right phrase? I mean, in custody, is that what you would use?
Yeah, we get him secured.
Secure.
He's already in
So they have to
custody.
Put handcuffs on him, right?
Correct, yeah.
Take them, and I assume they're going to take him off to another location. Right?
Would be medical and then segregation placement.
Okay. And what's segregation placement?
The official term is transitional program units, basically restrictive housing.
Okay. So until whatever he was dealing with would get resolved.
Correct.
And so when you reviewed those, did you review them for the purpose of determining whether the force used to place Mr. Thomas in handcuffs was excessive?
No, it was not. It's not my job to do that. That is part of the use of force committee that would conduct that.
So you didn't form an opinion about that whatsoever?
Correct.
Your job is just to gather that information and hand it over?
Correct.
So let me show you first the, if I could have the computer up on the screen.
Plugs in the HDMI. Judge
Body
clicks the
cam
button.
footage from Officer Sycamore.
There we go.
I should be, but there it is.
Judge, can you show us?
Let me make it full screen. There we go. Now, for Officer Sycamore, if you've looked at it, his tape is 30 minutes long. You gathered a lot of stuff from before the incident, right? So is it your understanding that like the first 15 minutes of this has really not a lot to do with this case, and the rest of it is
Correct.
where we come in?
They get the 30-minute increments if the officer does not activate the body camera. So when they pull it, it has to be in 30-minute increments to cover the time frame.
Okay, so if I skip ahead to like 13, 14 minutes, that's perfectly okay here then.
Just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys have stipulated that these videos are going to come into evidence. So you're going to watch them now, clips and so forth. You are going to have the entire videos with you in the jury room on a computer where you can watch them. So if you're making notes, and you want to make notes of time indexes and those sorts of things, you will have the opportunity to watch this video again while you are deliberating.
The ice
if
machine's
in fact
leaking.
it's submitted into evidence.
Okay, so I'm going to start here at
Someone needs to clean that up. The ice
14:59, it
machine
looks like.
is leaking.
What are we looking at here?
Would it be the day room?
Okay, and when you say day room, what is
I'm
that?
sorry. It's housing unit 3 Bravo would be the day room of it.
And my thing doesn't work here. Oh, I can use a mouse here. So you can see my little mouse here is pointing to these doors here. These are cells.
Correct.
Okay, and that's the water cooler that eventually gets knocked over.
Correct.
Okay, and so what table is this here? Where is the?
It would be the one of the officer's desk.
And how many officers are typically on duty at a time?
For first and second shift, every housing unit has 2 officers, and on third, 1.
Okay, and you can see the timestamp of when this occurs at the top.
Correct.
21:12, so that's 9:12 to normal people.
Correct.
To normal
And,
people.
This would have been before count, probably,
Yes.
but everyone looks like has been put in their cells.
Correct.
Okay, is that a common practice?
I would have to review that. Sometimes the day room schedules, I may not always be familiar with exactly the day room schedules. There's been some changes over the past couple of years when it comes to the day room schedules and stuff. They may have closed. They may close the day room early prior to count, but without verifying that, I can't really say for
Or
sure.
people could have been put on lockdown, right?
Yeah.
And what are some of the reasons that people would be put on lockdown early if there's going to be a cell search?
So, really, the only individuals that are authorized to lock a quote-unquote lock a unit down would be a supervisor.
So if this unit was locked down before 9:30, then a supervisor must have been involved in that decision, is what you're saying?
Should have been, but again, it depends if the day room was closed at 9 o'clock. Without verifying some of the schedules, I wouldn't know to say for sure.
Okay, so let me play this video here.
Roll tape. Here we go. Starting at 15 minutes. Okay, so put his shoes on. Posts up in front of the microwave. Still watching the video. Lockdown's at 9:30, but everyone seems to be locked down already when this happens, so it looks like they locked them down a little early. Still walks right by the spill of water. Nobody says anything. No sign. It's a slipping hazard. Officer has a fan, and it's a big fan. He gets his fan. Mop, vacuum, that's all out. That's all good. That's all good. Okay. Here we've got.
We'll pause here for a second.
Oh, wow. We got some juice.
1713.
We got some juice. Moon mist.
That appears to be contraband?
It appears to be homemade alcohol without knowing for sure. I couldn't say for sure, but that's what it appears.
Well, and just so we're clear, you never did any tests or anything?
No.
On this? No, you're not aware of any tests, right?
Correct.
And we don't have a log that we could look at that actually shows what this was, who confiscated, or why?
Correct.
It's hooch. It's like 2 liters of hooch. Look, if those are under pressure, they could explode. Oh, man. It's a big batch. Those were modified pillows. It's my stuff, he says. Another one. Do you see the cover of the fan looks like it's removed? Got a bunch of plastic bags. Why do we have so many plastic bags? How long does prison hooch have to
real quick.
ferment?
Does this look like a typical cell at Warren Correctional?
Yes.
They're often not kept very neat.
Some better than others, some worse than others.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so things like laundry detergent, that's permissible, right?
Correct.
See toilet paper there and ice, that's all permissible.
Correct.
Okay. It looks like the cell's not being searched in a formal manner, but they're just looking around for stuff. Is that a fair description?
They could have obviously searched it differently, but it depends on what the purpose of the cell search would be.
What was the obvious different way they could have searched this? Judge. He can't see unless you let us.
I'm stopping it here at 2146. This is when right after Mr. Thomas was sprayed in the face with pepper spray, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's an unpleasant thing to get sprayed in the face, right?
Yes.
So this is not an unusual reaction. He would kind of run away and try to get his face cleared off, right?
Correct.
Okay. And just so we're clear, I'm describing quickly, it looked like the officers came out of the cell and approached Mr. Thomas, right?
Yes.
Did they, from what you were able to observe, create physical space between themselves and Mr. Thomas?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Counsel approach.
First sidebar. Judge kills the camera for the sidebar. That was interesting. Did the officers create space between each other? I think he's referring to a policy. The objection comes about, did the officers approach the defendant? They did. They were telling him to cuff up. But he's sort of blaming them for approaching, which they have to do to take him into...
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on, Mr. Engel.
Good call, I think, Judge. This is the Tasmanian Devil portion. Okay, he's definitely got him in a headlock. Chokehold.
Okay, and then at about 23 minutes, it appears his body camera falls on the floor, so that's probably what happens here, and that's why he's looking up.
Correct.
So I'm gonna stop this one, and then I'm gonna play you next what was Officer Romine's body camera.
Just grabs the fan with his fingers.
It's plugged into something. I don't know if it's altered. It's a different family. It is.
I told you, water on the floor. Everyone's slipping there.
Get up on your legs! Help! Hey, let him go! Help! Help!
The guy who's talking right now got tased as well. Or not tased, but got sprayed. Where's the white shirt now? Interesting ending.
Next, we'll show you Officer Bly's video, who's the third officer involved in the search.
No, the green. Yep, green. There we go. We got the noodles. We got some seasonings. There's got to be something, he says. Interesting little curtain mechanism they've got to block out the light. Hand me that one too, he says. Second fan? How many fans do they have? 3 fans?
Stopping it at 239, I believe there's nothing but black the rest of the way. It's confirming for everybody.
The body camera dropped on the ground.
At the very end that you can see, but nothing
pertinent.
So next, I'll show you one of the officers who responded to the scene.
Judge, do your bit.
CO Dunaway.
Thank you. Oh, we get the full screen this time. Nice. Cuff up, cuff up.
By the way, when you were gathering the evidence, did you hear that first part of that videotape, which was before the alert came in?
I did not.
So now that you listen to it, you're able to make up someone saying like, hey, turn around and cuff up, and then psst, right in the face?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay, does that sound like it's being respectful of inmates?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Sure, we'll disregard the question.
Did you take any action after you heard that statement from Officer Dunaway?
Again, I didn't recall catching that part when I...
Okay. Now that it's been brought to your attention, what action do you intend to take?
I'll report it, but we'd also need to know the contents of it.
That's why there'd have to be an investigation, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you'll report it, and then presumably there'll be an investigation now.
Correct.
So you'll be able to report back to us tomorrow that you reported this.
Objection.
Yeah, let's move on from this, Mr. Engel. I'm going to sustain the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, doesn't matter what happens from here. That doesn't help or hinder you in the determination that you have to make. Go ahead, Mr. Engel.
Now you got fucked up. Just on the principle of it, I'm going to stay here for 10 years. Just so the day they
stop it at 225 while he's being walked out.
Seems like a pretty
Next,
quick
Officer
exit,
Nick.
like just 2 doors and out to the open air. Just a leisurely walk. Got about a minute before it goes down, I think. Nice access security camera there on the corner of the building. Pan tilt zoom. Cameras use proprietary software, so you can't plug them into anything else. I should know I bought a pallet of them. They're no good. Unless you pay a great deal of money to manufacture.
Signal 3-3 Bravo, Oscar Red Line. Signal 3-3 Bravo, Oscar Red Line.
Oh, you got beat, dude. You got beat. They know his name. They call him Thomas. The white shirt. Deactivate, deactivate, deactivate. Stand down. Wow.
Next we have Officer Bush.
Now the white shirt shows up. As a top athlete, somebody's just surfed.
Signal 3-3 Bravo, Oscar Red Line. Signal 3-3 Bravo, Oscar Red Line.
Take your time, though. Finish your video.
Signal 3, Oscar Red Line, 3 Bravo. Signal 3.
He's picking up the pace. He's moving. He's across the compound and pretty much beats almost everyone else there. Oh no, everyone else made it first. You see an armpit hair or is that a beard? They're saying deactivate on the pepper spray. Like they need to go.
Yes, we have Officer Robertson.
We're getting all the videos. Wow. Everyone at least had body cam. You can walk, it's fine. The female officer is already there. You're only halfway there. The officer and the inmate got sprayed with the OC spray. We are at 3 Bravo. It's pretty much over by now. Deactivate the body camera, I think.
Officer Ballard.
Yeah, not a good dude. I'm getting tired of doing this 100-yard dash. Turn the cameras off.
Hold it there on him. Get him up. Get him tough. Get him up. Get out. Get out.
There's a lot of keys.
All right. Deactivate. Deactivate. Deactivate.
Well, thanks for giving this close-up of what the jailhouse keys
Officer
look like.
Anderson.
It's not like security protocol to show the profile. See a little blood. hit me, so I hit back. How many more do we have?
And the last one is Officer Robinson.
Those are the two that were involved directly in the tussle.
No other questions, Your Honor.
No other
Can you
questions?
redirect?
There was a lot of pepper spraying going on there.
Investigator Chamberlain, the, can you switch? Donna?
What did he just say?
Policy that Mr. Engel showed you that is marked Defendant's Exhibit E.
Did he just say
which
something
is
highly
the
inappropriate?
Use of force investigation.
Yes.
The effective date on that exhibit is December 1st of 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is not the policy that was in effect on the date of this incident.
That would be correct.
Okay, do you know how, strike that. Was there a policy in effect, the date of the incident?
100%.
Okay, do you know what changes, if any, were made from that policy that was in effect at the time to this one that is marked December the 1st
I've got it on
of
replay. Hang on.
2024?
Without comparing the two of them, most likely there would be just some minimal changes, maybe some added language, but the meat and potatoes of it will stay consistent.
Okay, you're not aware of any
Potatoes.
major changes then?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. When a cell search happens and officers take property, when is that confiscation log supposed to be filled out or submitted? Is there a timeline?
So it should be done directly afterwards, or with the timely. It's usually it's a contraband control slip is what's done, and if it's contraband, and also a conduct report would also be issued for the contraband.
Okay, so at the same time, kind of simultaneously?
Yes, and then it would be logged into a contraband vault where we keep the inventory.
Okay, so the property itself and the inventory would be logged into the vaults?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened to the property that was in the process of being confiscated?
I do not know.
Okay. Are you aware of any circumstances in this particular instance which would have delayed or prohibited that log from being completed?
Considering a staff assault, it could have easily been overlooked.
Could have been easily overlooked?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what happened to Officer Sycamore and Officer Romine after this incident took place from all these videos we just watched?
I believe they went out to outside a hospital for treatment.
They went to the hospital for treatment?
Correct.
Okay. Do corrections officers have any discretion when they're conducting a cell search as to the property that they confiscate?
Yeah, I'm working on the
Yes.
replay. Hang on.
They do?
Yes.
Explain that.
It varies greatly. It varies on the individual, varies on the reasoning for the search. Some minor stuff could be overlooked, sometimes, or it could be taken. Obviously, any major contraband always gets taken, but when it comes to some of the minor contraband, they can use discretion.
Okay, and why? Actually, let's go back to your time as a CO. You conducted cell searches during your time as a CO?
Yes.
Okay. Were there ever instances where you did not confiscate some sort of minor, we're talking about minor contraband now, in doing your cell searches?
Yes.
What led you into making that type of decision to not?
Hold on a second. Sir, Council Approach.
All right, this might be a good time to see if we can replay this whole little clip here. Let's see if we can get this to go back. And it's not liking it. Okay, we've got it saved. I just want to
Continue, but let's move on from this.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
We'll save it. I think he said something mean about or rude
When
to the officer.
officers
that
are
was
trained in doing cell
feeling choked
searches,
out.
are they made aware of the fact that they might have discretion in taking, when it comes to minor contraband?
Objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Yes.
It's part of their training?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Anything else for this witness?
Briefly, Your Honor, where in this policy does it mention that discretion?
It does not.
Nothing else, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. You can step down. Want this? You can just leave it right there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and take our afternoon break. So remember what I previously told you. You don't know enough about this case to begin discussing it or thinking about how it should come out. And we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
This is what I thought I heard, Christy. Something of this nature. We're going to go back and see if I can listen to this on the break here.
You may be seated. We are on the record outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Trainer, anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Engel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we did discuss, there was an objection that we had a brief discussion about at sidebar. I believe that there was an objection to Mr. Chamberlain was about to testify as to what I believed was going to be expert testimony in the case. So anybody want to put anything on the record about that?
No, Your Honor, we withdrew the question.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I mean, there was also another objection, and so we had Mr. Engel's objection, and we also had your objection, Ms. Tranter, when Mr. Engel was asking about, wasn't it creating some space or something? And then,
yes.
I mean, he's not going to testify as an expert about whether or not the activity did or did not constitute a deviation from the policy. Okay?
Yes,
all right. Anything else?
No.
Timing-wise, where do we think that we're at?
We're not going to finish today now.
Well, I never had aspirations that was going to happen.
I mean, I have, 1, 2, 3, 4 more witnesses. So I don't imagine my portion is going to be too long based on Mr. Engel's cross of Mr. Chamberlain. I mean, I can't speak to that. So.
Okay, well, because we have Officer Romine and Officer Sycamore next, right?
Correct.
So hopefully we'll be able to get both of them certainly done today.
One would hope so.
Okay. All right. I mean, it takes as long as it takes. I'm just trying to make some plans about what else we got going today. All right. We're in recess.
Right.
What time did you say, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
10 minutes.
Let's be back at 20 till.
20 till? Okay.
12-minute break. Right, while they go to recess, I'm going to wait for them to kill the mics. Okay, they killed the mics. We're not going to hear anything else from them. Now let's see if we can hear what happens. Let's see, I need 7. Get this shrunk down. This closed. And this one over. Might need to reboot my machine here. Clean feed right there. Okay, here we go. Let's listen here to what happens. if it'll play. And it's not wanted to play. I'll export it really quickly. Yeah, give it a minute to export, and then we'll listen to it. I probably need to reboot that machine. It's been running for a long time. Let's see, where are we? Oh, just went to black from that one. That's nice. All right, I see trees of green. The trees of green, they faded away. About 12 seconds left on the export. I can't see the forest for the trees. Defense is holding things up with all these questions. It would be so much more helpful, Judge, if they would just stipulate to us being right and them being wrong. Okay, downloads. Where to go? Black Magic, big deal. No. Now I don't know where. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's bring this over here. I'm hoping this cleanup worked. I didn't get to listen to this one first. All right, we're going to see if we can hear these sounds very clearly. Hear what was said.
Investigator Chamberlain, can you
Did you hear that?
policy? Can you
I heard it. Yep. That was it. That's what I thought I heard. Hot mic catches him again. All right. So that happened. The guy that was saying, I can't, not the last guy that said I can't breathe. That was the defendant. But the person who was saying, help, 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 help. During it, he said, I think that guy's a bleeping kitty or something similar to that. I don't know a nice way to put that in chat. A flippin' wussy is what it rhymed with. A flipping wussy. That was the lawyer. And that's why he played it, right? Let's see if I can get this to play one more time on the... I think he said something after that, too. Okay, right here. You guys with me? There you are.
policy that Mr. Engel showed you that is marked Defendant's Exhibit E?
Yeah. Anyway. Scoring some points. Would it be wrong to agree with him? The lawyer said it. The lawyer said it. Now, what we don't know is we don't know if the lawyer or if the guy who was saying help, help, help was saying help because he was being choked out, because he was able to say help a lot. So I don't think he was being, choked at the time, although he wasn't a headlock. I think it was more of an issue that he was in a constrained position and had just been sprayed in the face, along with the defendant, the inmate, the incarcerated person, with OC spray. So, If you guys are looking for Adelson, it's going to be on another channel. Originally we're going to follow it, but we're sticking with this case. This is live, so we're going to stick with where we are right here. And I don't want anyone to miss it. I don't want anyone to miss her getting her life sentence. That's going to happen somewhere else. We're going to go back and watch that. If something interesting happens with Adelson's case, I think it'll be very predictable. The big thing would be if Wendy, following this today, is arrested for some reason, any reason. Didn't like how the defendant was treated, but now it's seeming more like it was warranted. Well, I would definitely say there was a point during that altercation where the defendant, the inmate, definitely was out of line, and it was where he had hands on anybody. But I think the officers might be in trouble for what they did to lead up to that situation. Susan, we're not doing Donna's sentencing live. We're going to stick with this live trial with possible officer misconduct out of Ohio. On Trail TV Live is doing it live. Awesome. $5. She appears in a wheelchair. Hey, bud. My opinion is the officer's tone of voice and yelling help caused it all. They were frightened for him. Well, I agree. He should not have ever been in a headlock at the hands of the defendant. That should not have happened. That's where the defendant screwed up big time. But the pepper spray, the taking the pillows, the taking the fans, it seemed like the officers were pushing him. And we're going to get some testimony about mental health that might be a factor as well, especially if the officers knew that that was a condition. So, didn't cause the chokehold, it caused all the SEALs to come running. Yeah. Well, any minute now we're going to be back in court. Well, not now because now the defense attorney just left, but we'll be back in a second. I heard something about a kitty. Yes, we did as well. That was the defense attorney saying, I think that that officer was a flippin' wussy. Has anyone seen Unlocked? Has anyone seen Unlocked, a jail experiment on Netflix? I don't have Netflix. I have not seen it. Did we find out if he was actually housed in the mental health section? I don't think he was. Can one of the mods put the link to Trail TV Live in the chat? That'd be a great place if you want to go watch the DA sentencing. Okay. Bailiffs are coming back. Got people, no judge yet. New documentary out on HBO Max exposing Alabama prisons, and it's quite horrific. I mean, way worse than this. Emily Baker is also going to be doing Donna as well. Yep. Pick your person. Pills would need to be open and searched where the stuffing doesn't get all over. I'm not sure. I think they could pretty much feel a pillow and tell if there was something contraband in it, something major. I mean, they're not looking for cocaine in there, I'm guessing. Maybe they are. It's just the way they were searching the bed. It looks like they were looking for larger objects, not doing a meticulous point-by-point search. Tammy Dunlap, thank you very much. Where's the link? Does anyone have a link for... if you want to watch Donna Adelson live, we work closely with Trial TV Live. There are lots of people that are going to be covering it. It's pretty much, I believe it's just going to be a pretty formal, as expected, she gets sentenced, no surprises situation. Could be different, but Trial TV Live is where it's a great place to go. If you want the coverage, that's most similar to mine. I'd say Trial TV Live is the best one. If you want some great commentary with some of the cursey words, Emily D. Baker is a great option as well. I'm pretty sure, I don't know, it's Broken Baker covering it. Maybe Kurt. I'm not sure who all is going to be live. Courtroom Confidential is covering as well. So we're up in their shirt today. That's another great place to go. Grizzly True Crime has it. Lawyer Lee. Yeah. But where else can you get this one? Huh? Right here. Right now. Misconduct, yes. I like a little EDB as well. She injects a little fiery passion into the true crime. Let's see this. Murder Show says, RA found out some crazy info over the weekend that someone in my family years back was abducted and murdered by a serial killer. Whoa. Dare I ask, you don't have to share if you don't want to, which one? Is this like a BTK or further back? Defense Diaries will have it. Donna should start in about 19 minutes. Yes, it was a hot mic and it was whispered. So we had to, I can go in and probably clean it up and make it louder and everything, but if you're hearing a little piano, my son's playing, just goofing around on the piano, making stuff up. I'm going to reboot that computer. Give Greeners a wrench, please. That's a slippery slope. Wouldn't the hot mic get your stream demonetized? No, because it was said in open court on the record. And the content isn't enough to demonetize the stream in and of itself. It's more likely the body camera footage would cause that to happen. And the body camera footage hasn't caused a problem for us yet, so we're good. What was said on the hot mic? The defense attorney made it very clear that he thought the officer who was in the headlock was a wimpy person. And he played all these because he thought it showed that he was a flipping wussy or something similar. think the attorney is delusional. It made this client look worse, in my opinion. Christine, hearing that officer say help, help, help over and over definitely is not doing good things for his client. Sounds like a Teletubby. Why does everyone have an at before the name? Because YouTube is doing YouTube-y things. Misconduct, yes, you hit the nail on the head. 2 letters in the wrong position. Is there an orange side and a blue side? The cameras in this courtroom are terribly balanced. The judge's camera is most correctly white balanced. This one's blue, that one's blue, another one is orange. But all of them have gain. That's an orange one. They have gain issues. They all need to be white balanced, and that would fix most of this. A little bit of iris down on a couple of them would make it better. The defendant said, I can't breathe the last time on the video. That was the last thing that he said. Actually he said, no, I hit you because you hit me first, or something like that. If I were editing this together myself, I could take each different clip and white balance it and correct all these images so it would look good. It's hard to correct the irising down issue because there's just so little data in the parts that are overexposed that you can't restore it back to how it should be. Lacks professionalism in general. I picked up on it last week when he told me I could have picked a more interesting case to follow considering his client confessed. Yeah, this guy's a piece of work. Okay, judge is back. Here we go.
All right, ready for the jury?
We are.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can go ahead and grab your next witness.
Yep.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Was everybody able to follow my instructions and admonitions over our break? All right, Ms. Trainer, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will call Officer Casey Romine. Step on up and go towards the witness chair. Ms. Carrillo will swear you in.
You swear affirm the testimony you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
May be seated.
All right, sir, I need you to make sure you keep your voice up nice and loud. And let's start off by stating your name and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Casey S. Romine, C-A-S-E-Y-S. My last name is Romine, R-O-M-I-N-E.
Okay, and how are you currently employed?
I work for the Butler County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Butler County Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 8 months.
Okay. And in what capacity are you employed with them?
I'm a corrections deputy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Work in the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And prior to Butler County, where did you work?
Prior to Butler County, I worked for Garwold for a temporary amount of time.
Okay.
And then I worked for Warren County.
Okay. Warren County Correctional
ODRC,
Institution?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long were you at WCI?
A year, a day shy of a year.
Day shy of a year?
Yeah.
And in what capacity were you employed with WCI?
I was a corrections officer.
All right. And tell us a little bit about your duties and responsibilities when you were a corrections officer.
Maintaining security and safety of staff and other personnel and incarcerated individuals.
Okay. And Prior to working at WCI, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
Nope. No,
Okay.
ma'am, I did not.
Okay. And during your time at WCI and frankly your time at Butler County, have you had occasion to have to come to court and testify at all?
No, ma'am, this is my first.
First time testifying?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, welcome. So you were employed with WCI on June the 23rd of 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were actually physically working that day. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you recall what hours you were working that day?
I worked second shift, so it would have been 2 to 10 or 2 to 10:30.
Okay. 2 p.m. to 10 or 10:30
Yes, ma'am.
p.m.? All right. And when you were employed there, did you work by yourself or did you have a partner?
No, I had a partner with me.
Okay. And who was your partner?
Officer Sigma.
Okay. Owen Sycamore?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was he your partner the entire time you were at WCI?
Yeah, he was my partner.
Okay. And back on July the 23rd of last year, well, let me ask you this. As a corrections officer at WCI, do you have a certain location, or did you have a certain location that you were assigned to,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
how did that work?
Shift office assigned me 3 Bravo mandatorily, so that was my home.
Okay, so three Bravo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what does that mean?
We have housing units from 2A to 2B. Oh, I'm sorry, 2A to 2D, 3A to 3D, and 1A through 1D. I worked low road, which is 3 Bravo.
Okay. All right. And how long had you been, back in June, how long had you been assigned to 3
I'm
Bravo?
assuming it would have been 6 months, 7 months I was in 3 Bravo.
Okay. So you were there for quite a bit of time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what did your duties entail at 3 Bravo?
Same situation, ensuring the safety for the staff and the other personnel that come through, along with my partner and the inmates within the facility.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about the makeup of the 3B block? How many inmates? How many COs?
It was 2 inmates and I think 128 inmates. So it was 2 officers to 128.
Okay, 2
or so
officers.
inmates. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And had you previously worked in different areas of the prison?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What other areas had you worked
I've
prior
been a
to that?
pack-up officer, pack up their supplies, and you put them in the vault. I've worked at the TPU. I've worked a few other housing units. I worked maximum security, which is 1 Charlie. I was well versed.
Okay. So had experience in several areas of the prison.
ma'am.
Fair to say. All right. Back in June of last year, were you familiar with inmate Thornton Demon Thomas?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. Had you heard the name before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Never seen his face before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you, do you know how long Mr. Thomas had been on the 3B block?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, but you said you had been there for approximately 6 months?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so never had any encounters with him
No,
up
ma'am.
until that time? Was it a common thing when you were working in the prison for you to know the different inmates?
So the way me and Sycamore worked 3 Bravo is I would work the top range and he would work the bottom range. That way we can manage it a little better, keep the problems down.
Okay.
So no, I was not familiar with him. He lived below, on the lower tier.
On the lower range?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I had not, yeah, so.
All right, so it's a 2-level facility is my understanding?
Yes, ma'am, you have a top range and you have a bottom range.
Okay, so you typically took the top and
Yes,
Sycamore took the bottom? Okay. Try to, if you can, let me finish my question before you answer, because Ms. Kilgore can't type us
Of course,
talking.
I apologize.
That's okay, I understand. Okay. So, you didn't know him, so fair to say that there were no prior incidents or trouble with him and you while you were working that block, right?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, so drawing your attention to that date, there was an incident that occurred on June 23rd, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So tell us what was going on that day? What started the whole encounter with Mr. Thomas?
So I called my captain to do a cell search of Thomas's cell due to there being a tip that there was possible of a homemade weapon in the cell.
Okay.
I called the officer next door to help me search because it was a serious cell search.
And when you say next door, what do you mean?
That would have been 3 Alpha. I called the officer in 3 Alpha, and it happened to be Officer Blythe, and I needed his assistance to be with us while we searched.
Okay. Is it common to call in another officer while you were searching a cell?
Late at night, I would say yes, because, you know, there's 2 of you, there's 2 inmates. You know, it's a dangerous facility.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day that this particular cell search happened?
It would have been an hour before we left, so assuming 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. Or, sorry, p.m.
9 p.m.,
yes, ma'am.
right? Because you're second shift?
Yeah.
All right. And tell us, under what circumstances can you as a corrections officer search an inmate's cell?
In what circumstance?
Yeah.
If there's any threat of, or any possible chance of being there a threat to security of the institution.
Okay, a security threat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are cells ever checked just on a random basis?
Yes, ma'am. Cells are searched all the time.
Okay, all right. Is there a particular procedure that happens under?
You have the inmates step out. You have them take a seat in the day room, particularly, or you can separate them. It depends on how you want to go about things.
All right, let's back up a little bit.
Okay.
Tell
You're not
me,
understanding.
You said day room. Talk to me about the day room. What is the day room?
The day room is an area where inmates have their recreational time. I believe it's for a 2-hour period.
Okay, and where is it physically located?
In the center.
Okay, and if you look at your screen there, does this shot show the day room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's this kind of area just all around?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then these doors here, are those cell doors?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay. Now, during the day, is this day room usually populated with inmates?
No, not at this time. All inmates are locked down at this time.
Okay, and we're talking about approximately 9 o'clock at
9
night?
p.m., yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the lockdown time in that particular block?
I can't remember.
Okay. Before 9 p.m.?
Should be.
Should be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what happens during lockdown?
No inmates are allowed to be out.
All right.
It's not their recreation time.
Okay. If I'm going to draw your attention to this top left corner here, we've got a date and time being July 23rd, and I keep saying June, I apologize, it's actually July, right? At 9:19 p.m. Okay. As far as you know, with that time?
That's accurate, yeah, because I believe it's 9 p.m. that they go in, and then I would have made the call, would have called for assistance from the other officers next door, and so 9:19 is about the time we were probably searching, yeah.
Okay. So you think, based upon that, you think about 9 o'clock was lockdown time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are cell searches routinely conducted during lockdown time?
No.
Okay. So are there circumstances where cells would be searched when inmates were out and about in the day room?
Yeah, their cells can be searched during the day room time too, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Cells can be searched, yes, during the day room time.
During the day room time?
Yeah.
Okay.
But due to the possible threat, I wanted to have everybody put inside.
I'm sorry, there's whispering going on behind me, and I'm having a really hard
I
time
wanted to have
hearing you.
everybody, locked away and put inside their cells before we searched this one because of the level of threat possible.
Okay, what do you mean by the level of threat possible?
Since there was a homemade knife said to be in that cell.
Okay, possibility of a weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Under those circumstances, a lockdown search is
Yeah.
more common?
Yeah, it's deemed safer.
Okay, fair enough. Is that why this particular search happened after lockdown?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about, is there a procedure for searching an inmate's cell? Like what you're supposed to do?
An inmate steps out, you pat down the inmate, you have them take a seat at the day room,
Okay?
and you begin searching their cell.
Okay. So when you're conducting a search that is just, that everybody else is locked down, you guys just put them in the day room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a common practice.
Okay. Are they secured in any manner as far as cuffs or anything?
No, not particularly.
Not particularly?
No, it depends on their behavior and if we feel it's necessary.
Okay. So after they are removed, put in the day room, told to take a seat, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's the next step in the procedure for cell search?
So at the time, me and Officer Blythe were searching the cell, and Sycamore was standing outside the cell, keeping security and just keeping an eye on the inmates.
Okay. And that's pursuant to procedure?
Yes.
Okay. So one officer is keeping an eye on the inmates
Yes, ma'am.
while other officers are conducting the search?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So tell me about this particular search. You said you and Officer Blythe were the ones actually searching the cell.
Yes, ma'am. We were inside the cell, and we were looking for our possible homemade knife. We located numerous other items of contraband that needed to be taken. There was multiple bottles of hooch, a bunch of extra linens. There was a homemade pillow. There was, I'm trying to think. It's been a while. And there was a couple broken fans. So just a lot of things that didn't need to be in there that needed to be taken as contraband.
Okay, let's talk about some of these items. You said some homemade hooch.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Inmates will take starches, make an alcoholic beverage out of random items.
Okay, make it in their cell?
It depends. There can be inmates that make it and then they buy it from them, or they can make it and they'll keep it for themselves. It just depends.
Okay, so in what stage or status did you find the hooch in this cell?
They were underneath the bed, hidden, and there was I believe there was like 7 or 8 bottles.
Okay, so bottles?
Yeah, they were in like water bottles.
Like water bottles or 2-liter bottles or something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it was already made, not in the process of being made?
Yeah, it was already made. They were just hidden underneath the bed.
Okay, fair enough. And you said linens, extra linens?
Yeah, just like ripped up, torn, altered, items that are not supposed to be altered in any way.
Okay. And you took some pillows out of this particular cell,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
All right. Are inmates not allowed to have pillows?
Not ones that they make themselves, no.
Okay. And how do you determine if they make it themselves?
They take their jackets and they'll put stuffing inside of it. They'll stitch it up together, stuff like that.
Okay. And they're not allowed to have those?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Does the prison issue uniform pillows to everybody?
WCI, no, ma'am. I do not believe they do.
Okay. So is there another manner for an inmate to get a pillow at WCI?
No, ma'am. I do not believe there is.
So none of the inmates have pillows?
Unless they made it themselves, no, ma'am. I do not believe there is.
Okay. But in this particular instance, you took ones that were...
Yes, ma'am. It was contraband. It was altered. I took everything that was needed to be removed out of that cell.
Okay. Let's talk about, you said fans.
Yes, ma'am.
Are inmates allowed to have fans?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If they have a title to it, and they're not broken, absolutely.
Okay.
You have to have a title to the
And
fan?
if they are broken,
I guess they have to pay taxes on
are
it
they
too.
allowed to have broken fans?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
That's altered.
That-
If the fan blade's altered, the cord's altered, it doesn't matter. As whatever's wrong with the fan, it has to be taken as if there's something wrong with it or changed
Okay.
beyond its prior state.
All right. how many cell searches do you think that you conducted in your time at WCI?
Well, quite a few. Had to have been dozens.
Approximately.
More than 50.
More than 50? Okay. And in searching these cells, well, let me ask you this. Is there a difference between minor contraband and major contraband in the context of a cell search?
All contraband is the same.
All contraband is the same.
What?
Depending on the threat of security. Like if it's a homemade knife, that's completely different. If there's
It's not all the
drugs,
same.
it's completely different. But as in like everyday to day things like
The
fans,
cooch.
pillows,
Mhm.
sheets, it's altered. It needs to be removed.
Okay. In conducting your cell searches, over 50 of them in your entire time, did you ever encounter a situation where an inmate had some sort of minor contraband that you did not confiscate?
On the occasion,
Okay.
if the inmate had good behavior and it wasn't an immediate problem, then no.
Do you, as a CO, or did you as a CO, have discretion?
Yeah, it's good. It's good to build good rapport with the inmates and incarcerated individuals because they live there, and you work there, and you have to interact with them every day. So you
Please.
don't want to build a bad rapport with everybody.
Please wait for the question
Okay.
to be finished before you
So
start talking.
the prison allows you to have some discretion in what you may take?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about this particular search. You were equipped with a body camera, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to pull this up, and as far as you know, everything was working properly on your body camera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Whoa. I'm going to have to analyze that screenshot.
We're going to pull this up and take a look, and you can kind of,
What?
I'm going to pause, and sometimes you can kind of walk us through.
So I'm searching the bottom rack. Belongings on the bottom rack. So I begin going through it. You know, seeing what needs to be taken, what doesn't need to be taken, what's a major problem, what's not a major problem.
Okay. So when you say rack, what do you mean?
Bed.
Bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Top bunk, bottom bunk, top
Yes,
rack,
ma'am.
bottom rack, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware of, well, let me ask you this. Mr. Thomas at the time, did he have a cellmate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Thomas's rack was the top rack or the bottom rack?
I believe Thomas's was the bottom rack.
Okay. You believe, but you...
Yeah, I'm not for certain whose was there. I wasn't targeting any said person. I was just taking what needed to be taken.
Okay. So, not for sure which inmate was on which rack, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is your body camera. So this is you with the black glove that
Yes,
we're looking
ma'am.
at here?
Yep.
All right. Okay. So there's some noise in the background going on. What is all
That's
that?
probably the day room or the inmates in the that we had placed into the day room to be while we were searching their cells. So
Okay.
you can hear Sycamore in the background. I'm not sure what he was saying, but he was speaking. It's plugged into something.
Okay. This was your hand that we just saw, and this white fan down here in the left-hand corner.
Yeah, that one's
at,
destroyed.
we're at, looks like 56 seconds into the video. Okay. In the background of this, there seems to be somebody saying, go ahead and take the fan.
Yeah, Sycamore was trying to get the inmate to a little more leeway to comply. I believe he was yelling vulgar statements, and Sycamore said, "You keep yelling at us, you keep talking to us the way you are. We're going to take the fan."
Okay.
We were going to leave it there and kind of let it be, but he didn't want to comply, and so we ended up taking the fan because it was contraband.
So,
instead of giving discretion.
What condition is this fan down in the left-hand corner? What was the condition of the fan?
Contraband. It's destroyed.
How is it destroyed? Like,
there's no fan blade coverings on it. That's the biggest part right there.
okay, so no cover on the front?
It has an open blade. Yeah.
No cover on the front, open blade.
Yep, that's altered.
Okay, but your testimony a few minutes ago was that strike that. Did you originally plan to take this fan?
No. So as a CO, when you're searching a cell, you have discretion of what you want to take. And as we were taking things, we just noticed more things were, not in good shape. Try to get him to comply. Hey, just relax. It's all right. We're just trying to look for what we're looking for, and we ended up taking the fan because it was altered and we couldn't get him to comply. We tried to. So.
Why would you have left an altered fan in a cell?
It was hot. It was the hot month, and we just wanted to use discretion to be a little more personable towards the inmates. But there was nothing personable about Mr. Thomas yelling obscenities towards us.
Okay, so you were gonna cut him a break and leave him the fan?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I don't know if it's altered. It's a different family. It is.
I felt like a garbage can full of ice.
All right, I'm gonna pause it here. What's going on here?
Mr. Thomas just threw the cooler, the day room cooler that houses all the ice water for all the inmates, across the day room.
Okay, is that cooler normally out there?
Yes, ma'am, it's for the inmates.
Okay. And what, if anything, was significant from your perspective as a CO about Mr. Thomas throwing that cooler?
That man is irate. Clearly not wanting to comply with what Sycamore was saying. Decided to throw the cooler across the day room, which is a pre-assault indicator.
A pre-assault indicator?
Yeah, like a pre-aggression, pre-assault indicator. Yeah, that's somebody who's not a calm person.
Okay. Are you trained on pre-assault indicators?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell me what happens as a CO when you witness somebody using pre-assault indicators.
You try to use your IPC skills,
What does that mean? What is IPC?
Like communication skills, like trying to get people to calm down and
interpersonal communications.
Get them to calm down. That's
okay.
pretty much what that is.
Okay. All
Just a
right.
way to talk to somebody.
All right. Did you make an attempt to talk to Mr. Thomas?
Due to the elevated threat with that, we did not use IPC skills, no, because he threw the cooler across the room, and that was significant.
Okay. Is there such a thing as an insignificant pre-assault indicator?
Vulgar language, threatening a little bit, just stuff you would like, let's say hypothetically, I don't want to use vulgar language in here, but you call somebody a horrible word, and you're kind of threatening with it, that's a pre-assault indicator, but I believe that one could be, talked through. This is not something you could talk through. This is something physical, and yeah.
Because of the physical nature of his actions.
Absolutely.
All right, we're hearing multiple times the phrase "cuff up."
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what does that mean?
means to cuff up, turn around, cuff up. It's universal there. Every inmate's heard it. It's no different than any other language. It's cuff up.
Okay, so when an inmate is told to cuff up, what are they supposed to do?
They're supposed to turn around, place their hands behind their back, and cuff up.
Okay.
But be placed in hand restraints.
Okay. Why are they supposed to turn around?
Lessens the threat of somebody getting hurt.
How?
It's safer. Officer safety. That way
How
I'm
does
not-
that lessen the threat?
If I go to place cuffs on you, your hands aren't, you can't throw your hands, you're limited mobility.
Okay, so they're supposed to turn around with their back facing you?
Absolutely.
Okay. If I'm an inmate, and you tell me to cuff up, and I'm there, and I put my hands behind my back like this, am I abiding by your order?
Me, I would say no, because, you could still swing on me.
Because I'm still facing you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you perceive that as still an active threat from your perspective?
Absolutely. There's too big of a chance of still something to happen.
Okay. Okay. Tell us what we just witnessed.
Mr. Thomas received OC spray to the face, which is a tool we use. It's a chemical agent to help subdue or help gain compliance of an inmate that does not want to comply.
Okay. Is that something you routinely carry with you?
Yes, ma'am.
On shift?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you personally ever experienced OC spray?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In what capacity?
Assisting officers, numerous occasions. I've had a few uses of force involving OC spray, and when we were at the training academy, we were directly exposed to it in the enclosed cabin.
They spray you in
Absolutely.
the academy, right?
Yes.
Okay. How does it feel?
It's horrible.
Okay. Does it burn?
If you have a lighter underneath your skin, it's no different. It's pretty bad.
Okay.
You can't see, you can't breathe.
Okay. When you use OC spray in this incident, is there like backsplash on you?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. When you disperse OC, if it's like a liquid, so they come in gel and foam, but this was a liquid. So you spray it, you're going to have mist that's going to come back at you, and that's what happened to us.
Because it's out in the open air,
Yeah,
right?
you're exposed. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Did you and your fellow officers in this situation, you've already testified that in your opinion it was beyond, because of the physical nature of his actions, it was beyond the point of de-escalation verbally, correct?
Yeah, we just, for officer safety, we wanted to have him cuffed up so we could proceed with the rest of it, have him be able to file his grievance like he's legally allowed to,
okay, we'll get there.
Okay.
I'm working my way up.
Sure.
I've got a plan. All right. So you've got OC spray at your disposal
Yes, ma'am.
to use to control a situation. Do you have any other tools within your reach that can help to de-escalate or control a situation with an inmate?
No, that's it.
That's it.
That's it. We have our handcuffs. We have our OC spray. I got my radio. From my knowledge, that's about it.
Okay. Don't carry a baton?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
Don't carry a gun in the prison, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So after the burst of OC spray is deployed there, what is the next action? What is the plan for Mr. Thomas?
Are you asking me what his plan was?
I'm asking you what your plan was. What?
Well, you'll see him walking toward the door. I'm not sure why. If it was an instinct to walk to the door, if he wanted to be at the door for an advantage, I'm not sure. We wanted his hands behind his back, and we wanted him placed in hand restraints as soon as possible.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Absolutely.
So you wanted your next goal is to get him cuffed.
That was the goal. Yes, ma'am.
So what's happening here?
As soon as Sigma held on to Mr. Thomas to place him in handcuffs, he was elbowed in the face.
Okay. And walk me through, this is you here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
With the black glove?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who is in the gray shirt?
That is Officer Sigma.
This is Officer Sycama.
Yes, ma'am.
And over here with the glasses?
That is Officer Blythe.
That's Officer Blythe.
Yes,
and of course in the white shirt?
That is Mr. Thomas.
That's
Is it-
Mr. Thomas.
Is it true you sprayed the other officer
Do you
in
know
the
where his
face?
cellmate was at this point?
With the adrenaline and us just so focused on Thomas and getting him, to be in a less combative state, no, ma'am, I was not paying attention to that.
Okay, that's fine. And this area that he's up against here, this looks like a door, right?
That was our front entry door, yes, ma'am.
Front entry door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
It's the only way in and out except for the fire escape.
okay. And for this next
Which we
part,
keep
I'm going to
locked
slow
for
this
safety
down,
reasons.
okay?
Oh yeah, slow
'Cause this goes
motion.
pretty quickly. Would you agree?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's allowed.
When you're looking at it this way. So I'm going to slow this down to about quarter speed.
Yeah, you sprayed the officer.
And if you could
Right
kind
in
of
the
tell
face.
us what's happening.
He looks over at you
Gained
like,
some more
"What'd you
compliance out
do?"
of him. The first burst worked. He walked towards the door and was not facing us anymore. As soon as he elbowed Sycama, that's another assaultive indicator. He's actively combative and he still's not complying. So I deployed another short burst of OC to try and get additional compliance.
Okay.
Which was ineffective.
You said he had elbowed Sycama at this point?
Immediately after Sycama went to place handcuffs on him.
Okay. I'm going to pause it right here. At this point, it's just the three of you struggling with him, correct?
Yes, ma'am. There was OC on his body, and OC. I believe this batch is made with an oil, so it made it difficult to.
It's like wrestling a pig in the
Kind
mud.
of slippery?
Yeah.
Okay. Had other officers been alerted at this point that something was
Oh,
going on?
absolutely. As soon as he went to the door, we have a GPS locator. I pulled it right away just to alert all the other officers on the compound that we have an individual that's not going to comply. So
Okay.
there was an alert right
Okay.
away.
Is that what you guys call a signal 3?
We carry it's called a spider, but that's what a signal 3 is. A signal 3 is an officer down or a man down or a staff assault or
Yeah.
an uncompliant inmate. It's just something that requires immediate assistance.
Okay. Kind of hard to see there, but what's going on?
I can't tell from that.
Can't tell what's going on from
perspective.
there?
Maybe you should slow it down more.
Headlock at.
I'm sorry?
I believe that's where he got me in a chokehold.
He got you in a chokehold?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe how that happened?
Well, you'll hear me say a little far back, get him on the ground. Once a big guy normally gets on the ground, it's hard for him to get back up. And, we needed to gain compliance as soon as possible. We needed to hit him on the ground. I was the bigger guy out of all three of us, so I attempted to do a rear fall takedown, and
Rear naked
it did not
choke.
work. I was placed in a headlock or a chokehold, as you will, and I could not breathe.
Okay. And can you describe how you were positioned versus Mr.
His back
Thomas?
was towards the freezer. My left side was towards the front door. I tried to pick him up. As soon as I went to pick him up, he grabbed onto my neck, lifted up, and squeezed, and would not let go.
Okay, so you were attempting to take him down via,
Absolutely.
around the waist,
I
or
went to grab his legs.
trying to grab his?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's how he was able to manipulate you into a headlock?
Yeah.
Okay, and how did that feel when he had you in the headlock?
At first, I didn't think too much of it, and then I realized I wasn't going to get out of it, and I started to think about my mom. My family.
Did it hurt?
Yeah.
Okay. And did it interfere with your ability to breathe?
Absolutely.
Did it interfere with your ability to talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Scary?
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and speed this back.
Get up on his legs!
Okay. We hear somebody hollering for help. Who is that?
That was me.
Okay. And why are you hollering for help?
Because I can't breathe.
Okay. That's the point where he had you in the chokehold?
Yeah.
All right. And now we've got your body camera angled back up, right? Are you out of the chokehold at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall how you got free from that?
From my description, I believe it was Officer Dunaway and Officer Blythe that pushed me out of it.
Okay. So, is it fair to say he didn't let go on his own?
Absolutely not, ma'am. I thought I was going to die.
Fellow officers pulled you away from him? Or him away from you?
It took two people to separate him.
Okay.
Body cams all over on the floor. Sounds like an OC spray reaction. Don't put your hands on it. He got sprayed with OC spray.
Don't even worry about looking.
Go ahead and stop it there. Obviously, you've made your way outside at this point, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What was going on there?
I was blindly walking towards medical.
Okay. Blindedly, were you still
Struggling
not
to breathe
able?
still, got OC in my lungs. Skin was on fire and kind of out of it.
So, were you still feeling the effects of the OC spray?
Yeah.
Okay. Still feeling the effects of the chokehold?
Yeah.
All right. Now we're going to take a look at this angle, which is State's Exhibit 1. This is the surveillance camera from the day room, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So before I start playing, tell us what's going on here. Who is this person here?
That's Mr. Thornton Thomas.
Okay. And he's walking around there. And is this the cell that was the subject of the search over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who is this officer standing outside?
That is Officer Sycamore,
Okay.
keeping an eye on the inmates.
All right. And you and Officer Blythe are inside at this point?
100%.
Okay. And this doesn't have any sound to it, correct?
No, ma'am, that's the
So-
day room mounted camera.
Yeah. Kind of like an eye in the sky, right?
Yep.
And what did we just see there?
I'm throwing the cooler across the day room.
All right. And once those coolers got out of the way, another person comes into view. Sitting here on this.
Thornton's cellie. His
Okay.
cellmate.
All right. So he was sitting on the bench?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was he causing any disturbance at all during the cell search?
No, not at all. He was just sitting there.
Okay. And this sort of gives us a different angle from your body camera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But same situation. And we're gonna pause that
Switch views.
there and go into a different view.
Go to the cameras. Just go to cameras.
There we go. So for the record, that was the unit office area. We're gonna switch to the laundry room camera and make that one bigger. All right, and we're now looking over here to the right from this camera angle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and there's like a desk over here.
Yeah, that's our officer station.
Okay. Oh, well, that didn't work very well, did it? There we go.
Everyone's slipping and sliding, probably because of the melted water.
All right.
Ice.
Now we just saw somebody kind of go on the ground. Who is this right here?
That was Sycamore.
That's Officer Sycamore?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you see yourself in this shot?
Barely.
Barely? Where are you at?
Back door.
Over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're wearing the black, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
After Sycamore goes, starts throwing knees, elbows and fists.
Okay. What's happening at this point?
Sycamore is trying to gain physical compliance. He looks like he's using a couple forward strikes to gain compliance because he was just hit in the mouth when he went to attempt to restrain him, place him in cuffs. And then once again, when he had fallen to the ground, he was hit again in the face, resulting in him breaking a tooth. And he's just, yeah.
All right. And what did
that
we
was
just
bad.
see there?
That was bad.
Officer Sycamore getting wailed on.
Getting wailed on. No, he was trying to
By
gain
Mr.
compliance
Thomas?
of Officer
Yeah.
Sycamore in that one.
All right. And was this you that we just saw charging in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's my partner.
All right. Now you're kind of bent over at that
I'm in a
point.
chokehold right there, yeah.
What were you trying to do there?
Get him to off his legs. Get him to,
Okay.
yeah.
Is that what you were describing earlier?
Yeah, rear line takedown, yeah.
Okay. And that's how you ended up in a headlock?
Yes, ma'am.
Chokehold.
I attempted to grab his legs to have him fall over, and it didn't work for me.
And we're seeing other people come through this door now.
That's yard officers. That's everybody.
Okay. And everybody's kind of surrounded,
I'm still in it.
right?
Yep.
And right before this person walked in, we saw a person in a black shirt kind of bent over almost at a 90-degree angle. Is that you?
Yep.
All right. And it looks like, who is this person right here?
I can't tell.
Can't tell,
No, ma'am.
but this is you over here.
Absolutely.
And that's when you got freed.
Yes, ma'am.
So some other officer, one of your brother
yeah, it
officers,
took one or two officers to pull me out of that. Yeah.
pulled you out. All right. And there's the remainder of the situation. Ultimately, was he able to be restrained?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. what happened after this? You said you went to medical?
I was escorted to medical to be checked and cleared, and I had to be taken to Atrium Hospital.
Okay, so you went to the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what happened at the hospital?
I believe I had, I think I had strains on my neck. I can't remember what the official diagnostic was.
Okay.
Strains on my
All
neck.
right, they checked you out. Anything broken or anything?
No.
No.
My neck was sore, and it's still sore to this day. I just haven't checked it out anymore.
Oh, still
It's still on-
experiencing pain?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
That wasn't
still
there
on,
prior to this assault?
Absolutely not, no.
All right.
Workers' comp.
I'm just gonna throw a couple pictures up here. This is what I marked as State's Exhibit 6A. Where was that picture taken?
It's a medical.
That's in medical? Okay. And 6B.
Was he wearing
what
an
are we
Iron
looking at
Maiden
there?
shirt?
That's swelling and looks like bruising on my neck.
Okay. Not a great picture quality, but,
No.
but is that the area where you were experiencing pain?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these pictures fairly accurately depict how you looked after that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you familiar with a use of force report?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with a form called a use of force report?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's a use of force report?
You write down what happened. You write down how if you used OC, how many grams you used, stuff like that.
Okay.
You write down what happened, detail to detail.
Detail to detail. Okay. Is that something that is required by
Yes.
the prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In any circumstance where there might be an altercation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know what
Anything
happened?
requires even something medical, like somebody got hurt. It doesn't matter. It needs to be filed under an incident report.
Okay. So any type of incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay. Do you know what happens to those reports after?
They are viewed by the lieutenants and cleared by the lieutenants.
Okay. And if, did you fill out one for this particular incident?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know, were you ever contacted about it
I was contacted by OSP. Yes, ma'am.
in regards to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Regarding the use of force report, you said it goes through and
It goes
is,
through, I believe, a lieutenant, and then I'm not sure if a captain oversees it, but I know it goes through a lieutenant
okay. That's the process in any case, right?
all the time.
Okay, all the time, regardless of if there is a criminal case that follows up or not,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yep.
Okay, so that's the context I'm asking this question in. Did you ever hear anything, not from OSP and Detective Plantz, but did you hear anything from the prison regarding this use of force?
Objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead and answer.
In what context?
After you filled this use of force report out.
May we approach, Your
Okay.
Honor?
You may.
Ooh, it's getting spicy. I'm not in any way condoning what this inmate did to injure or put any officer in danger. What I am finding interesting is when the officer watches a video of 6 officers throwing knees, elbows, and fists. He calls it compliance measures. And when he sees the one-on-one with the inmate punching a guard, he says he's getting wailed on. I think he had those flipped a little bit. And I think the terminology we use is important. Not right what the inmate did. Not right. I'd also say it seems a bit suspicious what the corrections officers did as well. But
The objection is overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Trainer.
ooh, overruled.
Your Honor, can we clarify that this is a yes and no question?
Sure. I mean, I thought he already answered, but
Yeah, I just don't, I want the witness to understand he's not supposed to use this as an opportunity to go further.
I mean, we're gonna ask a different question now, right?
Sometimes witnesses don't
Okay.
always do what we.
I don't think we've gotten an answer to the last question.
Okay, go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Officer Romine, after you filled out this use of force report and turned it into the prison, did you hear anything further about it from the prison?
Yes, ma'am.
You did.
I believe so. What do you mean? I'm sorry.
What do you mean? Was that the wrong
I
answer?
apologize.
Let's move on from this, Mr.
Okay.
Changer.
All right. That's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, just disregard that question and that thought process.
Okay.
It's too late, Judge.
When you search
You
somebody's
overruled the
cell
objection that came in.
and you remove
You
property.
gave the wrong answer.
Okay. Is it prison protocol to do a confiscation log of items that were removed from the cell?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that something that is required?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you do it here?
I believe so. I'm not familiar.
Is that
Either
I
you
don't
did or you didn't.
remember?
I don't know. I don't remember. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
I apologize.
Did you? Let me ask you this. When do you remember when you filled out the use of force report?
Mm-hmm.
You remember when? When did you do that?
It would have been the same night.
Before you went to the hospital?
This would have been after I believe I got back from the hospital. I would have done that, I believe, after.
So
Okay.
It
the
wouldn't make
next
sense
morning?
to do it before.
So you went to the hospital at Atrium,
Yes.
right? Did you go back to the prison? Did you go back to work after you left the hospital?
To come back and fill out the report, I believe so.
You came back to fill out the report.
Yes.
Okay. You remember filling out the use of force report?
Yes.
Okay. You do not remember filling out a confiscation log?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know what happened to the property that was removed from that cell?
It was likely hot trashed.
Do you know what happened to the property
This is a
that was
I do
removed
not.
from the cell? Not what was likely.
I
Do you
not.
know what happened?
I do not know.
Okay. All right. Okay. Officer Romine, do you see Mr. Thomas in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Can you tell me where he's seated and what he's wearing, please?
Stipulate
He's
for
wearing blue and
identification.
he's seated in the middle.
Thank you. Stipulation will be accepted, and I have no further questions.
Defense does.
Mr. Ayden, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. When did you start working at WCI?
October 23rd of 2023.
Still, why does he feel like
So
he's
this
getting dressed?
incident occurred after you've been there approximately 9 months, is it? Am I doing right math?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me make sure I understand some of the paperwork here first. So you did a use of force report the night of the incident, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you did that use of force report, you tried to be as detailed as you could in that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to include every important detail, right?
Absolutely.
You didn't want to leave anything out
Yes, sir.
because you knew it was important.
Yes, sir.
And you want to make sure you got every detail right.
Yes, sir.
The trap.
Everything that you said and other
a trap.
officers said was important, right?
Sure.
Okay. What caused inmate Thomas to be upset and knock over that water cooler, for example, would be important.
Yeah,
Okay. And so, because details are really important, right?
absolutely.
Okay. This is part of your training, right? If it didn't, you have to document everything.
Yes, sir.
Okay. A lot of times people are told in their training, if you don't write it down in the report, it's like it didn't happen. Have you heard that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was part of your training too, right?
Every time we see him, he's
Okay.
fixing his
And
shirt
then-
or buttons or collar.
Just sort of setting
He
some
is
of the
not
statements
comfortable.
here. You gave an interview with Trooper Klontz a couple weeks after the event, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that would have been on August 6th, if you remember.
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay, does that sound like about the right date?
Sure.
And when you were interviewed by Trooper Klontz, you'd had a couple days to think about the event, right?
I was traumatized more than anything.
Okay, but it's still fresh in your mind, right?
Sure.
Okay, did the fact that you were, as you claim, traumatized affect your ability to recall what happened?
No, it didn't affect my ability, but I was kind of distracted.
Okay, but you tried to be truthful with the trooper, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, you didn't want to mislead him about anything.
Absolutely not.
So let's start at the beginning then. I think you testified that you didn't remember Mr. Thomas at all before this incident, right?
Correct.
Because you were working on the second range?
Top range. Yes, sir.
You call it top range or second range?
Top range.
You were working on top range, and he, at the time of this incident, was on the bottom range, right?
Yep.
Okay. Isn't it true that Mr. Thomas lived on the top range for a while you were assigned there?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. When you say not to your knowledge, I'm going to ask a very lawyerly question here. Are you saying that's not true, or are you just saying you don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. So it's possible it's true, you just don't recall it very well.
Yeah.
Okay. And isn't it true that you actually searched his cell on that top range at least 3 different times, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. So it's possible you did, you just don't remember it.
Sure.
Okay. And also, isn't it true that you indicated to the trooper that you had no prior issues with Mr. Thomas and described him as a very respectful inmate?
I don't remember him because I never had any negative interactions with him.
Okay. But you did tell the trooper. Well, let me ask you, let's turn to, you have in front of you a book, and you have a tab I1, right?
You talking about this book?
Yeah, that. You have a tab I.
Okay.
I1, and there's the report from the trooper.
Sure.
And if you turn to the page, it's got at the very bottom in small text, page 111 at the bottom right.
In the very back?
On tab I. You see that? You see the trooper's report there?
I don't.
May I approach, Donna?
You bet. It's in the back.
Yeah, so we got a trooper's report, and you can turn there, one more
This one?
page. Yeah. You see he wrote a narrative there, right?
Right here?
Yeah, and what's the last sentence of that narrative?
Roman explained he had no prior issues with Thomas and described Thomas to be a very respectful inmate.
So are you denying that you said that to the trooper?
No, I just don't remember Thomas. I never had any negative interactions with him.
Now, let's talk about some of these policies. So you have in front of you, let's first talk about the tab A, which is the cell search policy. You familiar with that, right? You were trained on this policy, right?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with it?
Mm-hmm.
You were told you had to comply with it?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask a broad general question before I dig down.
Sure.
You said the policy gives you discretion about taking items or not taking items. Where do I find that in that policy?
Nothing in the policy doesn't say that I don't have any discretion.
Okay. Where does it say you have discretion to take some contraband and leave some contraband?
It doesn't say in the policy that I have discretion, but it doesn't say in the policy that I don't have discretion.
Okay, but it's really important that you follow policies, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, this is, you have 120 guards, you said, and about 1,000 inmates there?
I'm not sure to that.
Okay. About 1,000 inmates in WCI? I think this is testimony?
Sure.
Maybe more? Okay. All the more reason that policies are very important. They guide what you do, right?
Sure.
And they guide how you interact with everyone.
Sure.
Okay, so let me show you. Can I fix it? The contraband policy. And you're familiar with this policy too, right? You are familiar with this, right?
Sir, it's been a year and 4 months. Give me a moment, please.
Okay. Well, may I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Can you tell me where in this policy it says you have discretion to either take or leave certain contraband?
Sure.
Look at the lawyer standing there all smug. He knows the answer on this one. And he's walked this guy right into the trap.
It says 2 classes of contraband, major or minor. Minor throughout the facility is pretty much dictated as you don't have to necessarily take it. It says the distinction shall determine the method or manner of disposition of such contraband. So that right there just kind of like gives us, you know, the say that we can or cannot take it.
I'm sorry, where does it say, what words does it say that you have the discretion as opposed to disposition?
It doesn't say discretion, but the minor contraband is not something that's always taken there. So that's discretion within the facility.
Okay. Now, okay, so you claim that you have discretion to do this. Now, by the way, you don't have discretion about taking a log, right? You agree?
Taking a what?
Making a log. If you take any policy, you have to, contraband, you have to take a
No,
log.
I never said we're making a log.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that log?
Sorry?
Do you have a copy of the log that you took for the contraband that you confiscated from Mr. Thomas?
Explain yourself a little more. Do I have a...
Well, you took pillows from him that you claim are contraband, right?
Yeah, that's contraband. It's
and
altered.
You took fans, right?
That was altered, had a missing fan blade.
I didn't ask why you did. I just listened to yes or no question.
Sure.
You took the fans, right?
Sure.
You took the pillows.
Sure.
You took the hooch.
Yes.
Okay. Where's the log?
The log?
Yeah, where's the log? I haven't seen it. Where is
Log
it?
of what, sir?
The log that this policy says any staff member who confiscates contraband from an inmate shall means no discretion, you have to do it, right? Shall enter the fact of such confiscation on a log.
So if it was
Where is that log?
So if it was taken, it would be on the contraband slips that we create.
Okay, where is that? Do you have that with you?
I do not have it with me.
Did you give it to the trooper?
I did not give it to the trooper, no.
Did you give it to your supervisor?
That's possible.
I want to know what the evidence, I mean, we're not impossible. I want to know, where is that log? Where does it live?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We're becoming argumentative. It's been asked and answered.
Yeah, let's take a breath, and I think we've established what we're going to establish. Are we done with this, Mr. Engel? Or
Yes.
All right, let's move on then.
Now, on July 23rd, you decide you're going to do a search of Mr. Thomas's cell, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And it's because you received a tip that there is a shank.
Yeah.
Who did you see that tip from?
An anonymous inmate.
An anonymous inmate.
Mm-hmm.
And so how did this anonymous person provide the information to you?
Do I have to answer that?
You do?
The inmate approached me. He liked to help out officers and told me that there was a shank over in that cell, possibly. And so we searched it for officer safety because it's a very violent institution. There's a lot of incidents that happen against staff.
Okay, so it's not an anonymous inmate, it's just you feel it's not appropriate.
No,
to
it's
give the name,
anonymous
right?
because I don't remember the inmate's name.
Okay. Again, another detail, right, that's pretty important and you didn't write it down anywhere.
Sure.
Okay. And you didn't actually find a shank in the cell, did you?
We did not get to that point, no.
Well, you didn't find, it's a yes or no question. You didn't find a shank in the cell.
Not yet, no. Or not, no.
Not ever.
We were interrupted.
Okay, you could have gone back though, right?
I did not go back, no.
Someone else could have gone back, right?
Sure.
I mean, so to the best of your knowledge, no shank was ever found in that cell.
No.
Okay. There was some hooch found in the cell, right?
Yeah, a significant amount.
Okay, and inmates, Thomas's roommate said, hey, that's mine, right?
Sure.
Okay. So it wasn't Mr. Thomas's hooch. And then, everyone else, while you do this, is on lockdown, right?
Kent, I'm going to have to time you out. You've asked
So-
over and over for no spoilers.
Let me ask you this. Are you required to follow institutional policies? And you're required to treat inmates with respect?
Absolutely.
And you're required to not provoke them or abuse them?
Absolutely.
And if you did, there would be consequences for that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So if you took someone's property as a punitive measure, that would be a violation of policy, right?
Define property.
Well, inmates are allowed to have property, right?
Define property. Like, are you referring to the fans?
Just in general. Let's
The
talk in
fans-
general. Inmates are allowed to have property,
To my
right?
knowledge, the fans did not have a title to them, so they were not his property.
So you're free to leave them or take them as you will, and you can do. So can you do it for any reason?
Discretionary.
Okay, so if you want to punish him for something he said, you're allowed to take that fan?
Based on his behavior, we weren't going to take the fan, but he decided to not comply with us and, calm down a little bit. And
Okay, so you say not comply. He left the cell, right?
yeah, he left the cell.
He's voluntary. He was just standing there outside the cell,
Being
right?
very vulgar.
Okay, he's being
Yelling
vulgar.
sceneries,
What? And so.
causing a distraction in the day room.
So you're allowed to punish him for being vulgar? I mean, there's a process, right? If an inmate's misbehaving, you have a process, right? You have an RIB, right?
Sure.
You could write up the inmate and say, hey, this inmate was
Absolutely.
being vulgar.
That's a vulgar statement
Okay.
against staff. So, yeah.
So instead of doing an RIB, you guys decided you're going to take it into your own hands, punish him for being vulgar by taking his fans.
It wasn't his fan.
Whose fan was it?
It's unknown. He didn't have a title to it.
Okay, well, it was someone's
Anybody
fan,
can write
right?
their name on a fan and say it's mine.
So you're going to take the fan that was in his cell?
It was not his, no.
Sir, just asking. You didn't write him up for the RIB, right?
I did not write Mr. Thomas.
That was
up.
an option you could have had for him being vulgar.
Absolutely.
Okay, being vulgar, not a threat to anybody, right?
Depending on how he says it and how he displays his.
Okay, but he's standing far away and he's just yelling nasty things at you, right?
Okay, I could stand from right here and say I'm going to kick your ass, and that's a threat.
Okay, but if you just called me, if you just yelled at me and argued with me, kind of like we're doing now, I don't feel threatened. Do you feel threatened by me?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so if you thought, so Mr. Thomas is outside the cell yelling some things, you could have written him up to the RIB if you thought that was appropriate, right?
Yeah, it's disrespectful towards staff.
Okay. Instead, there's a couple fans in there, and you guys say, hey, if you don't be quiet, we're going to take your fans.
Yep.
Okay, so you're punishing him for expressing himself. So instead, in other words, instead of using the institutional
We're gonna take the
process,
fans
you
regardless.
Hold on, everybody stop talking. I need to review the ground rules. Mr. Engel, one question at a time. Officer, if he asks you a yes or no question, he is entitled to a yes or no answer.
Yes, sir.
So if he asks you a yes or no question, your response is to be either yes or no, or I don't remember, I don't know, or please
Absolutely.
rephrase your question. All right, let's take a breath and let's start over.
let's assume for a minute that these fans and these pillows are contraband, right? Let's assume we agree with you.
Okay.
You weren't going to take the fans out of that cell until he started talking, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, we do know, because Sycamore says if you keep talking, we're going to take your fans, right? Let's look at your videotape here. Oops. Did you hear say one more word, I'm taking your fan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then he kept talking. They said, okay, we're taking your fan.
Yeah.
And after you take the fans, you guys continue to toss and search the cell, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you actually take two fans from there, if I recall. And you put them in a bag, right?
Yep.
And I think I heard the phrase hot trash. Does that mean incinerated?
No, hot trash, we have a, would you like me to explain? We have like a middle corridor where we put all the contraband that's not significant. It's just we don't want the inmates to get a hold of it. So like paper clips, pens, anything that can poke you, make tattoo stuff, fans. Fans was a big one because especially if they didn't have a title to it, they're just hot trash. They're not significant. It's something that can be disposed of.
When you say someone doesn't have a title to it, you mean like there should be a sticker with his
Yeah,
name on it?
inmates are allowed to buy fans from their commissary. They'll get a paper title that has their name on it and
So
serial
did you
number.
add? So I'm sorry, I didn't see on the tape where you looked for that paper title. What, did I miss it?
I'm sorry?
Did I miss it? I mean, I watched. Let me go back here to the beginning of your tape. Tell me to stop when you show me that you're looking for the paper title.
Was it saying that we took was it altered?
Wait, where on that section of the tape I played were you looking for the paper title to that fan to determine whether he actually...
If it was altered, then it wasn't relevant at that time.
Okay, I'm confused, sir, because you just a second ago said he didn't have title to the fan. I want to know what you did.
I found out afterwards there was no title for that fan. It was inspected and there was no title. But during that search, the fan was altered and it was not allowed to be in that cell. It had a broken fan blade. So.
But just so we're clear, you were going to ignore all that until Mr. Thomas started talking up to Mr. Sycamore.
Yeah, I was going to use discretion and let him keep it because, like I said, it was hot and, I get it. People want to live their lives and in comfort, and I try to build rapport with the inmates, so I try to let him keep it at first.
Did you hear Mr. Thomas make any threats of physical violence?
No, I did not. I wasn't in the day room receiving the verbal.
And then after he knocks over the water cooler, you guys go outside, right?
It's plugged into something. I don't know if it's altered. It's a different family. It is.
Did you hear that? Someone said, was that you? I don't know if it's altered.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at the fan directly.
So you decided to keep it even though you didn't know if it had been altered.
My partner said it was.
So
I don't know if it's altered, and I believe he said, yes, it is.
So why did he say, I don't know? Why did you say, I don't know?
Because I wasn't looking at it directly, and I didn't pick it up.
Didn't you pick it up? Isn't that you holding it in your hand?
Where at? Can you go back, please?
It's plugged into something.
There it is. You got your hand on it.
Yeah, it's plugged into something that has a broken fan blade.
So wait, I'm sorry, I'm confused again. Because
You're fine.
You got your hand on this fan, and I thought I heard you say, I don't know if it's altered.
Which one? There's multiple fans.
The one that's your hand on.
Can you play the video, please?
I don't know if it's altered. It's a different family. It is.
There you go.
Said, I don't know.
Yeah.
But you're taking it in.
Yeah.
All right, so let's play this videotape, and then you go out in the hallway. And you tell him to cuff up, right?
Yep.
And he walks backwards away from you a little bit, right?
Play the video, please.
The 3 steps backwards there, right?
His fists are clenched.
This is like,
And he's got a bladed stance.
Now let me pause here because I want to ask you about your use of force report.
Mm-hmm.
which you've got on tab I, look in front of you.
Is this where the OSP report is?
No, I2, yep, in that book, there's a tab I2.
Give me one moment, please.
Sasha's getting pretty defensive, and it's not
On the back
going
page?
well.
There's a tab I2.
Look at the
I'm on
disdain
I2
from
on
the
the back
prosecutor.
Well, this is your report, right? It says use of force report at the top.
She rolls her eyes.
page. You want the front page or the back page?
Well, start at the beginning.
Sure.
It says use of force report, right?
Yep.
That's your name there, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the one you filled out.
Yes, sir.
And it's important, as we said, to include all the details in there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you said, you wrote, the search of cell 3B151 was conducted due to us having a tip there was a homemade weapon located in cell 151. That's right.
151. Oh, yeah, 151.
Reading that first paragraph, that first big paragraph, right? As I, Officer Romine, and Officer Blythe were conducting our search, we located multiple bottles of what was believed to be hooch and other pieces of altered items.
Yep.
Right. Inmate Thomas became irate and threw our water cooler down in the day room, displaying violent behavior.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't mention that you took his fan because he was talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not in that report.
It was minor contraband. I didn't report that.
You didn't report that that Sycamore said take his fans because he was talking.
No.
That detail's not in there.
No.
And you say he became irate, threw our water cooler down in the day room, displaying violent behavior. And you thought that was violent behavior, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You gave him multiple commands to turn around and cuff up, right?
Correct.
That's what your testimony. Then you write, inmate Thomas pulled his pants up, displaying pre-assault indicators. So where do we see him pull his pants up?
The pants up was is inaccurate. I believe I thought I saw him because he went to reach like this, and it was just a quick out of the moment thing, and I could have sworn I see him do that, but it was inaccurate right there.
So that's an inaccurate statement in that use of force.
That piece, yes, it is.
Okay. So there's really, so far we've discussed two inaccuracies, right? You didn't include Sycamor's statement, we're going to take your fan if you're not quiet, and now you say
I
it's
was not the one
inaccurate.
that made
Finish
the...
this question, please.
So that's two, right? You didn't include Sycamor's claim saying, if you're not quiet, we're going to take your fan. And you didn't include in that, or you did include that he pulled his pants up when that didn't happen.
Correct.
Two things that are wrong there.
There's a lot of variables.
There's a lot of
A
variables.
lot of things that just aren't correct then, right? Now, as he's backing up, he doesn't make any threats, does he?
Play the video.
I would stop it and challenge him. That's his memory.
He didn't make any threats there, did he?
Prior to this, he had clenched fists. He's demanding a white shirt.
Okay. He's got clenched, but he's also at times got his
And
hands open,
he's
right?
refusing multiple directives to not cuff up. We gave him numerous directives and I believe 4 or 5 final directives, and he still wouldn't do it.
I understand what you're saying. Just answer my question, please, sir. He didn't make any threats of violence to you, right?
No.
Okay. The example you just gave, for example, was I'll kick your ass, right?
Sure.
He didn't say that, right?
Yeah, but that's not a requirement
yes.
to cuff somebody up.
Yes or no questions? Yes or no
no?
answers?
He didn't say that, right?
No.
Okay. He's asking for a white shirt, right?
Sure.
Okay. And I think you had said in your testimony that a lieutenant had approved the search.
Captain did.
The captain did.
Captain
Okay.
did.
Captain ranks
Captain.
above lieutenant, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the captain would also be a white shirt then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we know a white shirt's around somewhere.
Yep.
Okay. And you decide you're not gonna call a white shirt.
It's not required, no.
I didn't ask if it was required. You made the decision not to do it, right?
It's not required, no.
But you had that option.
Due to officer safety, I did not call in captain or lieutenant.
Okay. It's a yes or no question. You had the option to call a white shirt, didn't you?
Yes.
And you chose not to.
Correct.
Instead, you chose to spray him in the face with pepper spray.
I chose not to put any other officers in harm.
Again, you chose to spray him in the face with pepper spray. Looking at it on the screen right here.
He's non-compliant.
Did you spray him in the face with pepper spray?
Absolutely.
Where are his hands?
At his waist.
Okay, and isn't he, you saw the video, he's putting his hands behind his back when you spray him, isn't he?
Replay it.
He most definitely is. Right as he gets sprayed.
Isn't he putting his hands behind his back when you spray him?
Replay it, please.
Let me find a different view of it, maybe. That'll help. There's Officer Blythe's video.
They're going to finish this tomorrow.
I'm showing you 134, Officer Blythe's video. And you saw him putting his hands behind his face, right? His back, right before he sprayed, right?
I did not know.
Let's play it again. You saw it there, right?
I believe that's where I thought he was going to pull up his pants, so that might have not been an inaccuracy.
He was going
So
to?
in fact, it's more than just that it was inaccurate. It sounds like that he wasn't pulling up his pants. It was inaccurate in that he was actually putting his hands behind his back to comply with your commands.
He wasn't.
And then when you sprayed him. Now, you're familiar with the use of force policy, right?
Yeah, it's been a minute.
But you were trained on it, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you testified you're supposed to attempt to de-escalate situations, right?
Yes, sir.
The term is IPC. What is IPC?
I don't know what it stands for. I just know it's a communication skill to de-escalate.
Interpersonal communications, that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Policy says that all staff are required to use interpersonal communication skills and behavioral intervention techniques to de-escalate a situation, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that with Mr. Thomas?
We asked him to cuff up multiple times. Would not cuff up.
Okay, so what did you do to de-escalate the situation?
We asked him
Consistent with
to
your
cuff
duty
up,
under this
and he
policy?
would not cuff up.
Okay. I'm confused again.
Okay.
Because it sounds like
It's
you
okay,
gave him a
he says.
command, and then he argued with you, and you sprayed him.
Well,
Where's the de-escalation in that description I just gave?
when I told him to cuff up?
Okay, so is it your testimony that telling him to cuff up is de-escalation?
Absolutely. I'm trying to de-escalate the situation to have him cuff up.
So in your view, de-escalation is synonymous with do as I say right now?
I'm sorry?
Is that, I'm trying to figure out what, you gave him a command he's supposed to apply.
He took a pre-fighting stance, clenched fist, related stance. We asked him to cuff up multiple times. He did not comply. So we used a short burst of OC to gain compliance.
And so your testimony to this jury is that spraying him in the face with OC was de-escalation?
De-escalation was when we asked him to cuff up 12 times and gave him 4 additional final directives to cuff up. And he would not cuff up after violently throwing the cooler across the day room.
And so that's you believe, that's your testimony is your de-escalation efforts that you require to be possible. Right. And so it said, for example, in Part B, that you should be mindful to create physical space. What did you do to create physical space between yourselves and someone who's hostile?
We deployed OC to create physical distance.
Well, it looked to me like you closed the physical distance, right? You came out of the cell and approached him.
You're correct.
That's
No,
not.
you're correct.
Okay. So you didn't comply with that part of the policy, right? And I think we already talked about, you chose not to call a white shirt. You could have if you wanted to.
To prevent any other officers being in a situation, correct.
Well, so let me see if I set the stage right. There's no other inmates out there other than his cellmate in this day room, right?
Yeah.
You guys are at the cell, right?
Yep.
He's moving away, he's backing up and moving away from you. He's not approaching you guys, right?
Sure.
He's not making any verbal threats to you, right?
Clenched fist and a belated stance is a threat.
He didn't make any verbal threats to you, did he?
Not that I heard, no.
Okay. So, you had a radio on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You're in the cell when you hear it goes on, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could have turned on your radio and said, hey, we got someone who's upset down here, why don't we call a supervisor down to try to de-escalate the situation? You could have done that.
Correct.
You didn't do that.
I don't have to.
Didn't ask if you had to, I asked if you did do it.
Correct, I did not do it.
Okay, and just so we're clear, you say you don't have to. The policy says you do though, right? The policy says you're required to use interpersonal communication skills and behavioral techniques to de-escalate a situation. That's what you were required to do. Right?
It's me using verbal skills.
Now, after you spray him with pepper spray, he walks away from you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you and the other officers followed him to where he went?
To place him in handcuffs, yes.
And it's Officer Sycamore who's the first person to put hands on him?
Correct.
Now, at this time, he's been sprayed by three officers or two officers who sprayed him in the face with pepper spray?
It was 3 officers.
3 officers, which is really unpleasant, right?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's in the air, right? So everyone's coughing.
Yep.
Everyone's feeling the effects of this OC.
Yep.
And again, you had a duty to de-escalate the situation. What did you do at that moment to de-escalate the
We
situation?
attempted to place him in handcuffs, and he elbowed Sycamore in the face.
Okay. So your idea of de-escalating the situation again was to put him in handcuffs instead of trying to talk to him and deal with the situation.
Correct.
And you say he elbowed him in the face. Well, isn't it possible he's just flailing around because he doesn't know what's going on because he's been sprayed 3 times in the face with pepper spray and he's trying to get it out of his eyes and nose?
Absolutely not.
Now, how do you know that?
Because shortly after that, he turned towards Sycamore again and wailed on him multiple times, breaking his tooth.
Yeah.
And then placed me in a headlock, to which I will never forget.
Okay,
so that
you
man
said-
knew what he was doing.
Placed you in a headlock. You were the one who approached him, right? You approach him, try to take him down, and he puts you in a headlock to try to keep standing up.
I
Looks like to
attempted
me.
to place a non-compliant, aggressive, assaultive inmate on the ground to be placed in hand restraints. Yes.
Then after that, I heard you not breathing. You know, the pepper spray certainly affected your ability to breathe there, right?
Yeah, it added to it.
We can actually hear him breathing really well.
You were released from the hospital shortly after that, right?
I believe so.
Okay. You're not being treated for any permanent injuries or anything like that.
I have not pursued anything, no, but I still have neck pain to this day.
Are you seeing a doctor for that neck pain?
I have not, no.
You're still able to work, right?
Yeah.
Does it affect any of your day-to-day activities?
No, but it's like an agitation. It's annoying.
Now, you agree that you're not supposed to verbally or physically provoke or abuse an incarcerated person, right?
Correct.
And you're also supposed to use care to avoid creating a situation where an incarcerated person may attempt to assault an employee.
Can you repeat that, sir?
Sure, I'm looking at the policy here, use of force policy again, right? Number 3, an employee must use care to avoid creating situations where an incarcerated person may attempt to assault the employee or others.
Sure.
And you were aware when you did this that if you were found to have provoked Mr. Thomas, that you could be subject to discipline or even criminal prosecution, right?
Sure.
I can have one more. I have no further questions.
Wow.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Officer Romine, were you subject to discipline as a result of this offense?
Absolutely not, ma'am.
Were you subject to criminal prosecution as a result of this incident?
No, ma'am.
Why did you not call a supervisor?
I did not call a supervisor because I didn't want to put any other officers in harm's way.
Did you feel it was a matter of officer safety?
Absolutely,
Is
ma'am.
that why you made the decisions that you made?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to refer you to this this portion of the use of force policy that Mr. Engel keeps referring to.
Yes, ma'am.
All staff are required to use interpersonal communication skills and behavioral intervention techniques to de-escalate a situation.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
That sentence goes on, doesn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you finish that sentence for me, please?
Whenever it is safe and possible to do so.
Was it safe and possible to do so in this incident?
No, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Karelko, if you could switch over to the other thing. I want to show you one more thing, Officer Romine. Do you recall how many fans were in that cell?
There was a bunch.
I'm sorry?
I believe there was a bunch.
There was a bunch.
Yeah.
Do you recall how many that you took?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's take a look at this. This is, I'm going to show it from Officer Blythe's body cam because it's a little bit better angle. So we're going to start at 38 seconds in. I'm gonna go back just a little bit.
Alright, just stand there. No, keep talking, I'm gonna take your fan. Say one more word, I'm taking your, okay, take it, fan.
Okay, we're looking at the top of this shelf, right? How many fans are on the top of that shelf? And you guys are in the process of taking one, right?
Yes.
Why was that fan taken? Let me go back.
I did not see it, but it had to have been altered in some state.
Okay, well, let's go back and look.
No, keep talking, I'm gonna take your fan. Say one more word, I'm taking your, okay, take it, fan.
Can you see it there?
Looks like the fan blade's broken on it.
Hand me that one too. Look, they want to run their mouse, fuck it. Technically it is.
Looks like another fan's being taken there,
Yep.
right? Why'd you take that fan?
There's no cover on it. It has an open blade.
Altered?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened to this fan up here?
I'm not sure, ma'am.
Did you take it?
I can't remember.
Does it look like you took it?
I believe so.
I believe
It looks
so.
like you took it?
I'm not sure,
Doesn't
ma'am.
the video speak for itself on this, Ms. Trainer, if he doesn't know?
Yes. Do you remember what that fan condition was?
That one, I think, was good. That's why it remained in the cell.
Did you take those fans to punish Mr. Thomas for using naughty language with you?
No, ma'am.
But you said you did.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Ayden?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can step down.
Thanks, sir.
It makes sense to go ahead and break for the evening, right?
Sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for the night, and we are going to restart tomorrow at 8:45. So a couple of things that are worth mentioning. First, you're subject to the same admonitions that I've been giving you. Don't talk about the case amongst yourselves. When you get back in the jury room next morning, when you start to assemble, resist the temptation to talk about the case, talk about other things. No internet research, don't do any Google searches, no AI, none of that stuff. Just try to forget about this case tonight until you come back tomorrow. Sometimes what happens when you go home tonight, you're going to run into a family member, friend, somebody who is going to ask about your jury service. What you need to tell them is, yes, I was selected for a jury service, and I will tell you all about it when it's over. Because anything that you answer for them beyond that is going to be trouble for you, because they're going to say, oh, what kind of case was it? Oh, what did it involve? And then all of a sudden you're going to be engaged in a discussion with your family member or friend about the case. Don't do that. Just tell them, Judge Oda's a meanie. He won't let me talk about the case until it's over, and then you can talk about it when it's over. I will see everybody back here at 8:45 tomorrow morning. Don't be that one juror that we're all waiting on. Everybody be here then ready to go.
What was the
As
time?
you have noticed, the HVAC in the courtroom, difficult to control, so think dressing in layers, all the stuff that we tell our children when they go play outside. Dress in layers. It doesn't matter to me if you want to bring a jacket, a sweater, take it off during that part doesn't matter to me. All right, Ms. Groko, you can take the jury out, make sure that we have their contact information, and they have yours.
Just don't bring a fan, Casey Butler. Interesting arguments made here.
So we already revised the instructions, so these are the ones that are different from what I already gave you, which I'm sure you haven't looked at yet.
Those are the jury instructions.
What's that? Is there anything we need to put on the record from state? We're on the record outside the presence of the jury. You guys can sit down.
Don't think so.
Sure. Okay. All right. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 8:45. All right. You can take us off the record.
Okay. We're done with that. We're not going to hear any more. Now we can probably run back and watch Donna, which is still going on and has turned into a dumpster fire. I've taken Donna and Adelson back off the banned list because they were, because some people could not follow the no spoilers rule. Not pointing any fingers, just saying no spoilers. Let's see. We need to search this way.
Is that he traveled to...
Trying to find the spot we want. Let's go back to right here, shall we?
Yes, I do.
You can lower your hand. You may speak.
Thank you, Judge, and respected officers of the court for allowing me to speak.
This is the sentencing for
I have
Donna.
been Donna Adelson's husband for over 50 years. My wife sacrificed everything so that she could pour her heart and soul into our children, our grandchildren, and our marriage. This summer was our 54th wedding anniversary, and I had to spend it without her, hand in mind. She has done nothing wrong, and yet is being punished for a crime that she did not commit. I thought we lived in a different kind of world.
We are.
But I guess I was wrong. I have listened, watched, and sat in the courtroom for the entire trial, and I could not help but scream in my mind by the witnesses that were brought forward by the prosecution who told outright lies. I didn't know that you could lie in a courtroom, but apparently you can. Danny's parents contend that they have never seen their grandchild. But for years they say they've never seen her. But Wendy has shared with me pictures and videos and letters from their visits. They have suffered immensely at the loss of their son, but they also contend to tell lies to the court about our grandchildren. Donna has always been a loving and caring wife and is innocent of the charges. A biased judge and jury were influenced by years of one-sided news pieces and
Before
social
you continue,
media.
Doctor, Ms. Fulford, this has nothing to do with the character of the defendant or relates to sentencing.
May I just 1 moment, please?
Go ahead.
We gave you the wrong copy. Gave you the wrong copy. Is that bailiff filming with his phone just hanging out of his pocket? That looks oddly suspicious to have the phone with the camera lenses hanging out like that, pointed right at Donna Adelson. Yeah, she's like, all of this needs to go. All of it. We've got to zoink, zoink, zoink. Look at that. That bailiff's like perfectly situated with the phone practically falling out of his shirt. Both sides get to speak here. The Markell family provided statements previously, I think, that were entered on the record. And then this is obviously the defense before Donna has been sentenced. We know there is only one possible outcome. The only outcome that the judge legally can do is sentence her to life in prison without parole. And they still get to make their statements, so...
Just 1 second, please.
Leave out the...
All right, thank you for letting me continue. Donna did not participate in the heinous acts that she was convicted of doing. You are sending an innocent woman to prison. You have taken my wife, and you have taken my life as well. And for what? This is not justice. It is vengeance, and it is wrong.
That's all
You have an examination for Dr. Adelson.
No, Your Honor. No, Judge.
Any other witness statements that you wish to give?
I don't believe so, just 1 second.
So defense is done. Wait. It's nearly sentencing time.
We don't have any further witnesses, Judge, but Mrs. Adelson has decided she would like to make an unsworn statement to the court.
Unsworn?
Unsworn? Ooh.
All of the witnesses will be sworn this afternoon if she wishes to speak.
Judge, case law indicates, confirms that the defendant has the right to make an unsworn statement prior to sentencing. The court, Rule 3.720B states the court shall entertain submissions and evidence by the parties that are relevant to the sentence. A number of cases, Your Honor, that have interpreted this, especially in a capital case, as the defendant having a right to make an unsworn statement. This is a capital case.
Please give the citations.
Yes, Your Honor. Excuse me. First is Smith v. State, 268 Southern 3rd, 831. It's from the first DCA in 2019.
It's different. Yes, she can testify without cross.
You want me to continue, Your Honor?
Give me 1 moment.
Yes, sir.
Bringing up my Westwell.
Glug, 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 glug.
Give the citation again.
Sure. It's 268 Southern 3rd, 831.
Judges rule based on case law. If somebody else has tread this path already and the decision's been made, if it stands, that's the way they'll rule as well. He seems perplexed. Eyebrows go up a little bit.
Which pinpoint site are you referring to in the case?
It's not, let's see. So, Your Honor, I'm going to give you this one. It's Hill versus State, 246, Southern 3rd, 392. It's from the 4th District Court of Appeal.
One moment.
Yes, sir.
246 Southern 3rd, what's the last part?
392.
Just doing some quick reading.
Well, seeing in the case where it does state the defendant has a right to make an unsworn statement, we will proceed.
Thank you.
She wins it.
Like Mrs. Adelson at the lectern or here?
She can remain at council table.
Thank you. I'm going to move the microphone. And then you speak loudly because this is not amplified.
Okay. Is this loud enough?
Does amplify.
I can hear you.
Thank you for letting me speak. My son-in-law, Dan Markell, was a fine and decent man. He was well educated and passionate about his career. He was a good son-in-law, but more importantly, he was a caring and loving father. On July 18th, 2014, his car was followed, leaving his home. It should have been just like any other day, an ordinary day in the life of Ben and Lincoln's father, but it wasn't.
She names the kids.
He didn't know when he left his boys off at daycare that would be the last time he would see them, and the last time they would see him. He didn't know when he went to the gym afterwards that would be the last time he would exercise. And he didn't know when he drove home that his life would end within minutes. Danny wasn't just being followed, he was being hunted. He was brutally murdered in broad daylight, sitting in his car, in his garage, by vicious killers. I cannot imagine
We're paid with
the
stapled
terror
moldy
he felt
money.
when he saw a gun pointed at him through the window of his car. I cannot conceive of his heroic efforts to stay alive during the hours after the attack. Danny died in the early morning hours of July 19th. His death is a loss to his children, his parents, his sister, all of us in his family, his friends, his colleagues in the legal community, and to his students at FSU Law School. Danny's boys each have a photo of themselves with their Abba, their dad, beside their beds. They grew up kissing the framed photo and saying, "Good night, Abba, I love you." But pictures and memories are all they have because cruel, cold-hearted people took him from all of us who loved him. My heart was broken when Danny died. My grandsons were going to grow up without the father who loved them. I wondered, how could we help these boys through this trauma? It was then that my husband and I knew that the best way to honor Danny's memory would be to share with these children an abundance of love, the love that Danny would have given them if he were alive. It is interesting how the state can't make up its mind about who is what they call the, quote, mastermind behind this murder. In both of Catherine Magbanowa's trials, the state claimed she was the mastermind behind Danny's murder. In my son Charlie Adelson's trial, they claimed he was the mastermind. And now in my trial, they claimed that I, this grandma, was the mastermind behind the murder. I had no idea that other people planned to cut Danny's life short. And the people who did this are exactly where they deserve to be. But I had no knowledge that this horrible, evil act was going to take place. If I had become aware of this plan before Danny was murdered, I would have stopped it. With not one iota of actual evidence, the state convinced a Tallahassee jury that I solicited and conspired with other people to have Danny killed. Where is the evidence prior to the murder? The evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the state needed to prove their case. Where is the evidence before July 18th, 2014 at 10:50 in the morning?
Before you continue, Mrs. Adelson, as it relates to this statement, is the defense trying to re-argue the trial?
No, Judge, just giving Adelson an opportunity to be heard.
Mrs. Adelson, you certainly can continue. However, the court can take into consideration the utter lack of remorse that you are displaying. Please proceed if you desire to do so.
Where is the evidence before July 18th, 2014 at 10:50 a.m. that revealed that I had any involvement in this vile and horrific act? Where is the solicitation and conspiracy evidence? The state needed to show that there was evidence before the murder to convict me.
Her hearing has improved since the last
time. The
time.
state couldn't show that because there wasn't any evidence. They were trying an innocent person. It makes you wonder if the jurors were sleeping when the state had Sergeant Corbett on the stand for hours. Their own star witness testified that my phone was never, I repeat, never at my son's house on the night of the murder. The state's theory that my husband and I dropped off money to my son was blown out of the water by their own witness. And yet, the state continued to push that story, that lie of the so-called money drop to the jury through the remainder of the trial. And the jury bought into it, hook, line, and sinker. Reasonable doubt.
Points for efficient
Many
reference.
months ago, my attorneys filed a motion for a change of venue. An expert witness testified that Tallahassee had been barraged with over 9 years of negative social media, printed news, television news, and podcast publicity about my family. He explained to the court, both with evidence and demonstratives, that for me to receive a fair trial, it needed to be held in any of the researched and designated areas in the state of Florida other than Tallahassee. All I wanted was a level playing field, but the court wanted the trial here in the hotbed of Tallahassee. I sat through 3 days of jury selection. 180 potential jurors were asked if they had developed an opinion in my case. Those that answered yes also added, "I believe she is guilty." Not one person, not one, said, "I think she may be innocent." That should have been a clue to the court to grant our motion for a change of venue, but the court denied the motion. One of my jurors admitted during jury selection that she had background information concerning what one of the state's witnesses would be testifying about. Why was she allowed to be on my jury?
Because you're lawyers.
Another juror.
Mrs. Fulford,
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Mr. Zellman, again, this has nothing to do with elocution of any sort. This is a raising of grievances, which are properly given to the appellate court.
Maybe it's Festivus.
What does any of this have to do with
Is it
sentencing?
Festivus?
Just one moment, please.
It's not Festivus. I just checked. Judge says this is not an allocution. I have to cross some bits off here. Cross that off. Cross this off. Maybe she should have testified. Oh, judge.
Turn that phone off or step out.
I would say step out anyway. Judge is not happy. He already is allowing the defendant to give an unsworn statement.
When the phone is off.
Whose phone was it? I shut my phone off just when he said that. Okay, start again, but skip all those pages. Yeah, this is wild. Jackie's. They should have had better control over this. These comments. They know what is allowed and what isn't. It was Harvey's phone? It was Harvey?
Please.
What happened to Danny is unforgivable. But I am an innocent woman convicted of this terrible crime without evidence. Danny was a brilliant legal scholar. He would have been appalled at the total lack of justice that went on during my trial. He would have been embarrassed to have his name associated with any of it. There are two crimes here.
Is here?
The first was Danny being viciously murdered. The second one is taking my life, the life of an innocent woman. Convicting me should not be retribution for Danny's death. That is not justice for Dan. I've always respected the law. I've never gotten a parking ticket, but I'm going to prison for a murder I did not commit.
This is what accomplice does.
I do intend to file an appeal so that hopefully I have the opportunity to be given a fair trial outside of Tallahassee. 11 years ago, Danny was murdered and taken from all of us who loved him. For the past 9.5 years, the state has broadcast to the world, including Danny's parents and sister, that I hired hitmen to kill him. Never in a million years would I have wanted Danny to be harmed or killed, nor could I ever do something that would leave these two small boys to grow up without him. I love these boys more than life itself. This is a lifetime of loss for these children. They didn't deserve this. His family didn't deserve this. Danny didn't deserve this. And so, as I appear before you today, Your Honor, I promise you with my whole heart, I swear to you on my life, I was not involved in
This is
any way.
This is an
with
unsworn
Danny's
statement.
murder.
You can't
I
do
was
that.
not.
It's unsworn.
Defense have any further argument to make?
Yes, Judge.
Judge, before Ms. Fulford makes the argument, I want to address a comment that the court made a few moments ago concerning considering lack of remorse in fashioning a sentence. In Shepherd v. State 227 Southern 3rd, 746, the First District Court of Appeal held that lack of remorse cannot be considered in fashioning an appropriate sentence. If this were a situation where remorse and admission of guilt may be grounds for mitigation, the lack of these factors cannot be used to increase the defendant's sentence, and such reliance violates the defendant's due process rights. And they also rely on Ritter v. State 885 Southern 2nd 413, also a first DCA case.
I believe the Supreme Court has ruled on this issue concerning remorse and lack of showing remorse as well. If you need me to find the citation for you, I will.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
We'll take a 10-minute break.
We're going to skip through this break. Who's not? I don't see Wendy there. Do you see Wendy there? I don't see Wendy.
We'll resume at 4:16.
Okay. Hold, please. Hold, please, because we're going to zip through this really quickly. Past the break. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Zip zoom. Wait for it. But he's gone.
Gentlemen, were you able to review Davis?
Check the airport.
Your Honor, Davis was not a capital case. This is a capital case. Although the
death's different.
Criminal Punishment Code would only apply to the non-capital cases, I would argue to submit to Your Honor that it is distinguishable under those circumstances.
Going to read from Head Note 8 and 9. Nor was Davis forced to choose between allocution and maintenance of his innocence. He certainly could have allocuted without voicing his disagreement with the verdict, blaming the driver, the police, his lawyer, the trial court for his conviction, and attempting to explain his personal interpretations of the law to the judge. He could have asked for leniency without admitting guilt. He could have provided the judge with reasons to impose a sentence less than the maximum besides his claimed innocence. But he instead chose to make a lengthy statement claiming innocence, denying responsibility, and placing blame for his conviction on the alleged misconduct of others. The trial court was under no obligation to ignore such statements and did not err in considering those statements and imposing the legal sentence here. Do you have anything that distinguishes Davis in any way?
As I said, Your Honor, Davis was not a capital case.
Very well. Any other argument or evidence the defense wishes to present?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Please move forward.
Your Honor, we're aware that in count one, the court has no choice but to sentence Mrs. Adelson to life for the first-degree murder charge. We are going to request a downward departure as to counts 2 and counts 3, the solicitation and the conspiracy counts.
What are the grounds?
Pardon me?
What are the grounds?
Grounds.
The grounds are, one is non-statutory, and that's disparity in the treatment between co-defendants. And the second reason is statutory, and it is Florida Statute 921.00262B. The defendant was an accomplice to the offense and was a relatively minor participant in the criminal conduct.
Was a relatively minor participant. Conspiracy. Co-conspirator.
The evidence in support of sub B would be the trial record, or do you have something more specific?
For 4B, we're going to rely on the trial record with respect to the conduct of Mrs. Adelson, and we would ask the court to take judicial notice. Your Honor did preside over Charlie Adelson's trial, and the evidence regarding the other co-defendants' activities or participation was also brought out in the testimony in the trial of Mrs. Adelson, so we'd rely on that record, Judge.
Ms. Kappelman, as to the argued grounds for statutory mitigation and also non-statutory mitigation, does the state have any argument to make?
No, Your Honor.
You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. I'll start with the disparity. Do you need case law citations for this, or you're aware of it, Judge? Okay. The first case would be Sanders v. State, 510 Southern 2nd, 296. This is a Florida Supreme Court case from 1987.
One moment. 510 Southern 2nd. What was the other part of the citation?
I have copies, Your Honor.
296, and that's Florida Supreme Court in 1987.
Go ahead.
State versus Fernandez, 927 Southern 2nd, 939, which is a third DCA case from 2006.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Judge is looking it up on the fly. Defense now has copies for the judge. Makes it a little simpler than querying Westlaw with each reference.
And then the third case, Judge, is State, I can't pronounce it, but State versus Kunkemoller, 333 Southern 3rd, 335. That's a first DCA case from 2022, but it is distinguishable because it does not address the issue of culpability as the first two cases do, but I wanted to bring that to your attention.
All right. Is this a pause for dramatic effect, or is the judge... Oh, the judge is reading right now, I think. He's reading some case law. It's Donna's husband, who gave a truncated version of his remarks, because most of them were just bashing the court and the legal system. There's Donna, who did the same. She sure had a lot of different words to describe Dan Markell during her little unsworn statement today. Her text messages, she called him a lot of other names. This is pretty wild. It's like they're... If I didn't know better, I'd think they were using this hearing to try to make a last-ditch effort to try to get a retrial. By pushing the judge and trying to get him to make an improper ruling. I don't think at this point it would change anything. You might get, what, a different judge to hand down the sentence that's statutorily, enshrined?
The guilty verdict's already happened. Unless there's a problem that you can say with the judge, with what happened during the trial, you're not going to get a new trial. So this seems like a little too late for this. Red pen, 4 gallons of paint. Hope you're not rolling a brush in, Don. Hope you're spraying it.
Continue.
There we go.
Judge.
Continuing.
I'll start with the disparity argument, if I may, Your Honor. In this case, there have been several co-defendants who have either been tried or entered pleas and received sentences. I want to, for this particular argument, relate exclusively to Luis Rivera. He testified in the trial, and through himself and other witnesses, Your Honor has heard what he did in this case. And what he did in this case compared to what the state has alleged and the jury found that Mrs. Adelson did, the culpability levels are very different. Mr. Rivera was allowed to enter a plea to second-degree murder. And although, as the PSI indicates, he received a sentence of 19 years in the Department of Corrections, that was run concurrent with a sentence he was already serving in a completely unrelated matter in a federal case where he got a 12-year sentence. So the number of years that he will actually serve for his participation in the homicide of Dan Markell is 7 years in the state of Florida Department of Corrections. His conduct, as Your Honor can recall, is that he traveled to Tallahassee sometime in June and scoped out the home of Danny Markell, engaged in some drug activity with Sigfredo Garcia, and then returned to South Florida. A few weeks later, he returned to Tallahassee and again scoped out Danny Markell's house. But he didn't just do that. Prior to arriving in Tallahassee, with himself knowing that he and Sigfredo Garcia were going to kill Danny Markell, he purchased and provided the very firearm that was used to kill Danny. He came to Tallahassee and they sat in wait outside his home. They followed him with Mr. Rivera being the driver, followed him while he took his 2 little boys to daycare, and he sat and watched as Mr. Markell, hand in hand, took those children inside the daycare. He then followed Mr. Markell all the way to the gym, sitting in wait. What was he waiting for? He knew what he was waiting for. Mr. Markell did not. He had no clue that these men were outside in a car just waiting for him to go to a place where they could shoot and kill him. And they waited until he exercised. They watched him get back into his vehicle, and then, like hunters, traveled and followed all of this time period straight to his home. And there was no hesitation. He knew exactly what they were going to do. Without any hesitation, they pulled right in behind Danny. Danny's car was still running, the garage door was up, and Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and shoots Danny Markell, having done nothing to these men, in the head twice. How Mr. Markell survived, I don't know. But then Luis Rivera is the getaway driver. They flee the scene, they flee Tallahassee, and then Mr. Rivera stops to allow Sigfredo Garcia to dispose of the murder weapon, which has never been found. And then he drives back to South Florida like nothing has happened, purchasing motorcycles and cars, but most importantly, getting paid for the work that he's just done. The payment came from Catherine Mangbanawah, and I'll address her in the next segment.
And she got the money where?
The point here is, Judge,
she got the money where?
That
and who washed it?
Over time, reading different things, you've heard a lot of arguments about what Mrs. Adelson's participation allegedly was. But when it comes down to it, and I didn't mention, but Luis Rivera did have an extensive criminal history at the time that he committed this offense. What actually came out at trial with respect to Mrs. Adelson, and I'm saying this, understanding, as you've learned, that Mrs. Adelson still maintains that she is innocent of this conduct. But what the state was able to show through their testimony and evidence was that the role that she played, according to them in the prosecution, was very minimal. The evidence showed that she was very upset when relocation was denied in 2013, not knowing that her daughter had agreed to it, not knowing that until she sat here in trial hearing her daughter's testimony. She wrote some very ugly emails. She said some very ugly things. But in not one of those emails did it ever say that she wished harm upon Danny Markell. And this was in 2013. The evidence was presented by the state that was over a year later that Danny was killed after relocation had been denied. Although they argued that there was continued hostility on the part of Mrs. Adelson regarding the issue of relocation, with the hundreds of thousands of emails they had, they didn't present evidence that this ongoing dispute was being brought up in any way between the parties. The relocation between them, that issue had stopped. The testimony that was elicited was that Charlie Adelson, the son of Mrs. Adelson, was the one who was close with Mrs. Adelson, and that when she had a problem, the argument from the state was, when she had a problem, Charlie was the problem solver. And the testimony at court that was presented by the state supported that theory, that Charlie was the problem solver. They further elicited evidence, testimony, that without any knowledge of what the phone calls were, Catherine Magbanawala testified that when she was with Charlie Adelson discussing scenarios, which she didn't describe what scenarios she was discussing, that on occasion there would be a phone call between Charlie and his mother. She didn't hear the mother speaking. In fact, he left the room when he talked to, allegedly, the mother, and he came back in. He never relayed to her any information about the phone call. But the state's theory and the evidence that they presented was because Donna Adelson had been so upset about the fact that relocation was denied, and she continued to be upset, according to the testimony, that Charlie Adelson took it upon himself to reach out to someone, which was his girlfriend, and have her get someone that she knew who could commit this murder, make contact with them. According to the testimony in the state, in this case, Charlie Adelson told Catherine Magbanawala, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, it just says the names were reused, but Mrs. Magbanawala, that she wanted him killed and he would pay for that to happen. Her testimony was she had no idea what the payment was going to be, but she did in fact reach out to the father of her children, Sigfredo Garcia, and he agreed to commit the homicide. Mr. Garcia then elicited Luis Rivera to participate with him in the homicide, and I'm not going to go through all the evidence in the case. I want to focus on what Mrs. Adelson allegedly did. Up until the point of the homicide, the only evidence that was presented about Mrs. Adelson's participation were those ugly emails. And there's a distinction, as we discussed during the trial and sometimes even at sidebar, of the evidence being up to the moment that Mr. Markell was killed. Up to that time, the only evidence introduced by the state in this trial for that time period were those ugly emails, and they were ugly. She called him very foul names. She said some ugly language. She clearly was not happy. And whatever conversations may have taken place while Catherine Magbanawala was inside Charlie Adelson's home and Charlie was outside talking to another person. Mrs. Adelson maintains her innocence. But if you're looking at this particular cause of this disparity in treatment, the state is asking that Mrs. Adelson be sentenced to obviously life on count 1 as she has to be, followed by 30 years in the Department of Corrections on counts 2 and 3. This is far in excess of the sentence that was received by the man who himself testified to hunting down Danny Markell, providing the gun for him to be murdered with, leaving the scene of the crime, disposing of the murder weapon, and going on with his life in his gang as he always had.
He cooperated.
In that disparity, Judge, it just doesn't reconcile with the facts here of what they say Mrs. Adelson did. Although there was a theme that she was the mastermind, I would argue to the court that the evidence did not show she was the mastermind in any way. The masterminds that were shown in this trial were Charles Adelson and Catherine Magbanawah. It didn't show any activity prior to Mr. Markel being killed where Mrs. Adelson was involved in any way.
Take away what you're arguing as the theme for the moment. The chief difference between Luis Rivera and your client is he entered into a plea, correct?
That's correct. He did enter into a plea, but that, according to the case law, that can be considered.
And he has also cooperated with the state testifying in many trials.
He was a cooperating witness testifying in these trials. Mrs. Adelson not only has maintained her innocence, she was never offered anything from the state.
Please continue.
On the statutory basis that the defendant was an accomplice to the offense and was a relatively minor participant in the criminal conduct, some of what I've just argued applies to this one as well, Your Honor. But what I wanted to point out here were the ones that we didn't discuss. So Sigfredo Garcia was found guilty at trial, first-degree murder and conspiracy. His sentence was life on the homicide and an additional 30 years consecutive for the conspiracy count. He is the one who rode in the car. He is the one who obtained Luis Garcia to go with him. He is the one who sat in the seat knowing he was going to exit the car while they hunted down Danny Markel. And he's the one who got out and shot Danny Markel in cold blood. Left like nothing had ever happened. Along the way, made many stops, including getting out to hide the murder weapon, and then went on with his life. The killer is getting the same sentence that the lesser participant, the state is suggesting, get as well. Life in prison on count 1, followed by 30 years for the conspiracy and solicitation. Luis Rivera, I've already told you what his role was. Catherine Magbanawah got the information from Charlie Adelson according to the evidence, and at his request obtained someone, Sigfredo Garcia, to do the killing. She is the one who coordinated between Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Although she testified that she didn't know Luis Rivera was involved until after it was over, the evidence that the state submitted clearly contradicts that. She was communicating with Luis Rivera before, closely to the homicide, and then shortly thereafter. She's the one that spoke to him.
Husband's playing with his wedding
ring. She was sentenced on first-degree murder to life
fiddling with it.
in prison. And on the solicitation and conspiracy, she was sentenced to an additional 30 years. It was run consecutive. Again, the same sentence that they're asking for on Mrs. Adelson is the sentence that this woman who heard the request for a homicide, found the person to commit the homicide, stayed in communication with both of the individuals who are responsible for killing Danny Markel, followed up with them and provided payment to them, and then took payment back from them for her to keep for herself. She was also paid in this. She participated, knew it was happening. They had proof that she knew it was happening. That was submitted to the court. All of that evidence clearly distinguishable from the conduct that they presented in evidence about what Donna Adelson did. Charlie Adelson, according to the testimony in this trial and his own, Charlie Adelson wanted Danny Markel dead. So on his close or very first date with Catherine Magbanawah, he asks her out in public at Halloween, some Halloween function, hey, do you know anybody who could get somebody killed? According to her testimony, she followed through with that. With Charlie Adelson, never with Donna Adelson, never communicated with her in any way about this. She worked then, if that's what happened and that's what's been testified to, she worked with Charlie Adelson from October of 2013 until Danny Markel was brutally killed in July of 2014. That entire period, and there's evidence, she admitted to most of it, to her conduct, and there's evidence that was presented in this trial and Charlie's that that's what happened. They made this plan, and that his stapled money was used to pay the killers in this case some $130,000 in cash that was divided up amongst Fredo Garcia. Sorry, my mouth is getting dry. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
You know I'm going to make the sound.
Thank you, Judge. It was divided up between Sigfredo Garcia, Catherine Magbanawa, and Luis Rivera. She then stayed in contact with Charlie Adelson. She convinced Charlie Adelson to get paychecks written to her, and she received those paychecks each time from Charlie Adelson. So for what Catherine Magbanawa did and what Charlie Adelson did, the evidence in this case shows it went far beyond what the state's evidence showed that Donna did, up to and including the time that Danny was killed. So again, if you're going to rate the level of culpability in this case and consider Mrs. Adelson's conduct as compared to those, they're asking that she get the same sentence as both of the people who killed, well, one person that did the killing, Sigfredo, a far more extensive sentence than Luis Rivera, who participated in the killing himself and only got 7 years. The same as Catherine Magbanawa, that apparently worked on this according to the evidence for many, many months and stayed involved even after that. Charlie Adelson is the only one who got a higher sentence. His sentence was life on count 1, the homicide, followed by 30 years on count 2 and another 30 years on count 3, so everything being run consecutively. The evidence that the state has presented is that Charlie Adelson is the one who masterminded this. That's what they've shown. Even though they said Catherine Magbanawa wasn't her trial, if there's somebody who started this, according to the evidence, it's Charlie Adelson, not Donna Adelson. All the work being done was Charlie Adelson. All the money that was paid was Charlie Adelson's money. Mrs. Adelson, according to the state's evidence, did not do any of that. Again, they had hundreds of thousands of dollars, or hundreds of thousands of emails. Never one in all of those emails that we all had to go through did Mrs. Adelson ever suggest any harm to Danny Markell in any way. I understand the verdict, and she has a right to take an appeal, and that's what she'll do. But the evidence in what was argued is very far different in theory than what was actually presented to this jury. And I'm requesting that Your Honor, in determining a sentence on counts 2 and 3, take into consideration that the amount of activity that everyone engaged in this case was far, far beyond what was alleged against Mrs. Adelson. They just didn't come up with the proof for that. They did prove to a jury that she was involved, but that proof and the actual evidence was very limited to the conduct that they say that she engaged in that resulted in Mr. Markell's death. I do want to remark, if I may, just briefly on the issue of remorse.
Yeah, let's hear about that.
Mrs. Adelson maintains her innocence, and as she has a lawful right to do, will seek an appeal. She may not get another trial. There may or may not be parts of the finding of the jury that is reversed, may not. They can do that on, the appellate court can do that on 1, 2, or 3 counts. There are lots of options that the appellate court has. The reason I say that is this. Mrs. Adelson, maintaining her innocence, could not have shown more remorse for the killing of Danny Markell. And in her statement, although some of it I know was bothersome to the court, in her statement, I hope you heard.
I wouldn't say bothersome to the court.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. I misread then. I apologize based on your comments. One of the things she said in her statement, after most of her statement being about the horrible thing that happened to Danny Markell, was that the people who were responsible for it were in prison. That's a pretty big statement considering what the state believes Mrs. Adelson's position is with respect to the others who've been prosecuted, convicted, and are serving sentences in the Florida Department of Corrections. I also want to say this. The defense's position in this case from start to finish has always been, on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, beyond respectful to the victim in this case, Danny Markell. He should not be lost. in this case, and I said that in my opening statement. We presented evidence about a wonderful man he was. He did not deserve for this to happen. The Markells gave their statements at the conclusion of the verdict that was issued by the jury, and I listened to every single word. And every single word that they said came out of the terrible grief from the loss of their son and the feelings that they have developed over the course of this 11 years in prosecuting these various people and additional information that has been given to them. Every word they had every right to say. The feelings that they had are exactly what they should have. What happened to Danny Markell, as Donna Adelson has said in her statement, could not have been more horrific. He was treated like an animal, completely unaware that there was any kind of problem, that he would have any kind of physical altercation with anybody. I'm positive the furthest thing from his mind that day was that someone was going to kill him in his garage at his home. He did not deserve what he got. It's been very clear in the prior prosecutions and what was presented in Mrs. Adelson's trial about the conduct of these other individuals. They do deserve to be where they are. They do.
Charlie.
Their conduct is unimaginable to me, that human beings would engage in that kind of conduct to bring a man, an innocent man, a well-respected man, an amazing father, to take him away from his mother, his father, his sister, most importantly, his children. That was horrific. I understand why those sentences were imposed.
Donna wanted
Not
to
for
take
Mr.
the kids
Rivera,
from
but
him.
for the ones that were tried and convicted. In this case, Judge, based on the evidence that was
She
presented,
wanted to use the kids against
the
him.
defense is going to ask on counts 2 and 3 that you sentence Mrs. Adelson to 3 years in the Florida Department of Corrections, counts 2 and 3 to run concurrently. My understanding in the court, the clerk can tell me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is Mrs. Adelson has 701 days credit time served. That's what we calculated.
Let's see, what is life minus 701? Oh, it's still life.
Anything more on counts 2 and 3, Judge, first of all, in order for it to assist Mrs. Adelson, she's going to have to be successful on count 1 on appeal. If she is, anything more than that period of time is going to basically be a death sentence for Mrs. Adelson. She is soon to be 76 years old. Her health has gotten worse while incarcerated, as anyone would probably expect. Her husband is 81 years old. Compared, 3 years compared to the man who participated in the killing getting 7 years, I believe is a just and reasonable sentence for Mrs. Adelson. We are also going to ask, Your Honor, after imposing sentence, I know it's nothing but a recommendation, but we would ask if you make a recommendation to the Florida Department of Corrections that Mrs. Adelson be placed as close to Miami as possible, where her husband resides, so that she can have visitation. I understand we don't have any control over Department of Corrections, but we would appreciate that recommendation. And may I have just one moment, please?
Go ahead.
Oh, she wants
While
visitation.
considering that, Judge, I would ask that Ms. Adelson not be housed with Ms. McBanow, or at least have a separation, if you could recommend that. I know Ms. McBanow is currently at Lowell CI.
Yes, Judge, I thank you for that, Ms. Kappelman. I wanted to raise that issue because we did check into that. Judge, I contacted the Florida Department of Corrections. They did indicate that they would be able to keep them separate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that folks who are familiar with and friendly with Mrs. McBanow wouldn't be where Mrs. Adelson would be, so we are concerned about that, about her being placed at that facility. I didn't know it before, but the reception center for the women actually keep inmates there, so that I know that's a possibility, but again, that's in Ocala, and we're respectfully requesting that she be placed closer to Miami. Thank you.
Going to review the last case the defense has presented for downward departure. Ms. Kappelman, you had something else?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
Review the cases for downward departure, or in support of downward departure, the defense has argued.
Judge can do some light reading here for just a moment, reviewing the cases for downward departure. That's a term they use when they say we recommend that you have a lighter sentence than what would normally be issued under these guidelines. The strongest point the defense raised in that argument was not that Donna has shown the utmost remorse. That was probably the weakest. It was that the people who planned this out, as far as the planning of the actual carrying out of the murder, who planned out the hit, who drove there, who followed Dan around and bought the gun, disposed of the gun, and carried out the hit, got lighter sentences, much lighter sentences. They're saying it's not fair to have Donna have a really lengthy sentence of life plus 30 or 20 or something afterwards. If the people who did the murder get a lighter sentence, the judge says, well, they took a plea deal and they're cooperating. But that is something they're going to consider. For any of this to really matter, the appellate court will have to grant her appeal in relation to her first charge, which is the one that carries the life in prison without parole. That's going to stick. If it doesn't matter what happens with the other two charges, if that one doesn't get overturned, she's in for life regardless. So this is a long shot for them. They think they're going to get an appeal. They've played heavily on the card that's, where's the evidence to show I was connected? You didn't prove it before the murder. Where's the evidence to show I was connected before the murder? It's not the way the law works, unfortunately. There can be evidence after the murder that can show that you were complicit with the murder. And the jury found that in this case. So Wendy is not here. I don't see her. Defense acknowledging that Donna's son played a role in this. Donna's son says that Mom washed the money. That's why it was wet. Thought it was funny. Mom thought laundering the money meant actually washing it, like in the washing machine. Stick it in the tumble dryer, dry it out. So it couldn't be traced. That might go a little bit towards her guilt. No mention of Donna trying to fly to Vietnam, trying to get to a country that does not extradite. Immediately upon learning that she will in fact be prosecuted. That consciousness of guilt was not brought up to the judge, but he knows. She was willing to pay $1 million to Danny so that Wendy could get the kids. She was willing to use the kids. She was willing to dress them up in Hitler Youth outfits and send pictures to Danny. This was her idea. These little kids who were raised and worshiping in a Jewish synagogue, dress them up as Hitler Youth and send pictures to Danny. That's the extent she wanted to go to. Tell them they got baptized into the Catholic Church. Wow. But, now she says that, basically Danny was her favorite, even over her own children. If only we knew how close they were. I'm not buying it. Those were her words. That was testimony that was brought into trial. That was what Donna said to Wendy. Here's what we should do. Here's the plan. I've got an idea. Check on Amazon for some little SS uniforms. I added the Amazon part. I don't think they sell those, thankfully, but Judge is still reading. We can skip ahead, but I just don't know how long. No affiliate links. Yes, no affiliate links there. She was just joshing. Yeah. The way you do with your favorite son-in-law, right? Harvey there has been playing with his wedding ring, fidgeting with it throughout the hearing. 81 years old. His wife is about to be sentenced. He knows, what's going to happen. His wife's about to be sentenced to life in prison. And at 76 years old, you've got to ask yourself, how long can you survive in prison? Little direct eye contact with the camera there. No headphones now. Apparently her hearing has gotten better between the trial and the sentencing. She made a big deal of that. Needed to be able to be provided with custom listening options during the trial, but not now. It's a Festivus miracle.
Having reviewed the cases presented by the defense concerning the downward departure, also as well the argument that has been presented, the court has reviewed its notes of the trial and will rule on the issue of downward departure at this point. Florida Supreme Court has a two-part test concerning whether a downward departure should be granted or could be granted by the trial court. The first is whether the trial court can impose a downward departure sentence based on a valid legal ground proven by a preponderance of the evidence. The second step is whether the trial court decides whether it should impose the downward departure based on the totality of the circumstances.
So can it or should it?
As to both the non-statutory grounds that have been argued and the grounds contained within section 921.0026, subsection 2, subsection B. In reviewing the trial court's notes, what has been argued by both the defense and also as well the court's relying on the record itself, court will find that there is a ground for non-statutory downward departure, but it declines to exercise its discretion. As to the statutory ground, I will find that both the defendant was an accomplice to the offense and a relative minor participant in the criminal conduct. I will find that has not been proven, but in addition to, the court would still decline to exercise its discretion. As to the sentence in this matter, Ms. Adelson, please rise.
Here we go. This is it.
Level of planning and coordination to bring the murder of Professor Markell to fruition was significant in this case. These were not crimes of chance or opportunity, and these crimes also required you to conspire with your son and others. You certainly can choose to deny your involvement and maintain innocence. The court finds the evidence in this case is clear. You will be sentenced accordingly this afternoon. The jury has found you guilty on charges of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder, and the court previously adjudicated you guilty as to these same charges on September 4th of this year. On count 1 of the indictment for first-degree murder, you are hereby sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or release pursuant to sections 782.04 and 775.082 sub 1 sub A Florida statutes. On count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, you are hereby sentenced to 30 years in the Department of Corrections that will run consecutive to count 1. The court will also sentence you to 30 years in the Department of Corrections on count 3. Counts 2 and 3 are to run concurrent with each other, but consecutive to count 1. As to the fees and costs, the clerk can please announce those at this time.
It was $2,100 as a fine pursuant to section 775.08.
2,100.
$105 as the 5% surcharge required by section 938.04.
2205.
$20 as the court cost pursuant to section 938.06.
2225.
Trust fund. $3 as a court cost pursuant to section 938.01 subsection 1. Criminal Justice Trust Fund. $50 pursuant to section 938.03.
2278.
Crimes Compensation Trust Fund. $225 pursuant to section 938.05. Local Government Criminal Justice Trust Fund. $2 as a court cost pursuant to section 938.15. County Criminal Justice Education. $50 as a court cost pursuant to section 775.083 subsection 2. County Crime Prevention. $65 as a court cost pursuant to section 939.185, county additional court costs, and $3 as a court cost pursuant to section 938.19, teen court assessment.
Is there any lawful objection by the defense to these assessments?
No, Your Honor.
They will be assessed at this time. The cost of prosecution, the court will reserve jurisdiction on to determine for 60 days. If a hearing needs to take place concerning this matter, that will take place at a future time. As the defense's request for the court to make a recommendation to the Department of Corrections to place Mrs. Adelson in a facility near Miami-Dade County, I have no problem making this recommendation. The Department of Corrections will have the final say because this is an administrative matter. I will also recommend to the department that Mrs. Adelson is not to be placed in any unit or facility that would also house Catherine McVanawa. The court did previously award to the state, based on the September 17th, 2024 continuance of the trial, costs that were related to that. Ms. Kappelman, part of what you're seeking to pursue, is that included within that, or is that a separate number?
Are you speaking of the costs that were ordered in Charlie Adelson's trial?
No. The day Daniel Rashbaum withdrew from the case and the trial had to be continued.
Okay.
All costs related to moving witnesses and other matters.
Yes, sir. I don't know the answer to that, but I'll make sure that they're only in there once.
Very well. The defendant is to be fingerprinted, 30 days to appeal. Please file the appeal promptly.
Your Honor, may I approach the clerk? We have put I had written on the letters that I had, so we put a composite together and I've shown it to Mrs. Kappelman, who has no objection.
Please place the sticker on them so that way they can be admitted.
No objection.
We are in recess.
Donna says, I can pay that fine right now. How would you like it? I can either send you a business check or moldy money. She just turned back and look at her husband briefly, but is ushered out immediately. And she's getting fingerprinted right now, right there in the courtroom. They're quite efficient about this. It's going to be a full print, both hands. Press firmly here. This is her first conviction. That's why she's being fingerprinted right now, being entered into the system. But there we go. All right, that was the Donna Adelson hearing that happened. Just about half an hour ago is when it ended, I think. We were about half an hour late on that one as we were finishing up our court that we were watching. We're going to go back to watching the court that we followed tomorrow morning and then pick up with the Daisy Link trial when that starts. So we'll probably do a little bit of catch up on Daisy Link tomorrow, probably from lunch on, which will allow us to have the... We'll probably catch up during, I'm guessing, depending on how many days they take, during jury deliberations. So we're going to finish up this case out of Warren County Court 3 tomorrow and move forward that way. So I was going to play some music. I should have. I had the opportunity. But I didn't. I just resisted the urge. What time tomorrow morning? Court tomorrow morning starts at 8:45, which means we need to be here at 8:30. I know that's early for a lot of you. That's 8:30 East Coast time. That means you probably need to go to bed now. It's a sign of maturity. I'm Greeners, I'm improving every day. I'm a little bit better today than I was yesterday. So thank you all for joining us today. I know it's been a little smaller group today, but it's been a lot of fun where we can sort of see everybody's comments all together. Sometimes when it's crowded, we don't get to, there goes everybody from the courtroom. There goes Harvey. It's like, what you doing now? What am I supposed to do? Anyway, it's going to be fun. I forgot what I was saying. Go Brewers. Yes. When did the Brewers play again? I should probably know. I should probably follow this. Got a lot riding on the games. Does anyone know why our names are back to the weirdness? Vern, all I know is YouTube is doing YouTube-y things. That's all I can tell you. The idea behind these, the @ symbol and then your actual username, your handle like that, is that they can't be duplicated. There's only one of you. So like Greeners1 right here, there's only one Greeners1. If somebody else came in and tried to pretend to be Greeners, which has happened a time or two, it wouldn't say @Greeners1 because Greeners1 is the one and only. You're unique. It's like a primary key when you're talking about databases. It's a unique identifier. So she did get life without parole, then followed by once life without parole is done, then she will serve 2 consecutive 30-year sentences. So that, as for somebody who is 76 years old, is literally another life sentence. So, all right. With that, we're going to wrap things up here tonight. We can't handle more Greeners. You can't handle the truth. The worst part about all these new handles is everyone's name has changed. Like, Janice, I recognize the picture, but I don't know that. I don't know what your name was before. Selena K, that's the same. Allie B from Tennessee, I can see that one. Mama Bear, I think I recognize Mama Bear with the Milwaukee Brewers logo for sure. Points plummeted. Oh, it messed up our points. It reset it reset most people's points. Should I reset everybody? Maybe we should do that just to make it fair. Bob Cousins. Bob? All right. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe. Do go live again tomorrow morning. 8:30 is the time. 8:45, court will start. Be here. It's a wild one, and it's not done yet. So, all right. Have a good night, y'all. Be good to each other. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
What more do you see?
In front of the Walmart.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at Tide Bar.
You don't.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.